I was thinking.
Who messed it up? Who did it? Who did it? We got. Oh, God damn it! Off to a good start, guys. Welcome everybody to the Fandom Initiative. Yeah, you know us. We're those three people that you know. You either love us or hate us, or you have a healthy relationship to us as YouTubers, which is ideal. How's everybody doing?
Pretty good. What about you?
Yeah, I'm doing well.
I'm doing it. Doing the bowl dance, feeling the flow, working it. You guys can name that classic movie, then I'll give you something.
That one is
it's Happy Gilmore. Come on, man. I thought you were cinema fans.
I just said it. Didn't you hear me?
Yeah, okay. Sorry.
Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon.
Yeah. That's my favorite.
From the
Old Boy.
Japanese movie Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon.
Yeah, actually I was on a spree yesterday. I wanted to watch some Japanese movies, and that was first on my list.
Yeah.
And
I would go with Old Boy personally. Like,
yeah.
If you go Japanese, I'm just saying.
Honestly, don't think Western movies can really like live up to the standard of Japanese movies, like Old Boy and Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon.
Well, I mean, you know, the best the West can do is like a mashup team up movie of the two. So like Rush Hour, that's East meets West. Yeah. Just direct blending of film styles and sensibilities. So,
have you heard the American new one?
No, with the same people.
I think so.
I don't know Chris Tucker.
Yeah, wasn't he on Epstein's plane or something? That's the last thing I heard about him.
Chris Tucker was one of the names on Epstein's plane, so I don't know if a lot of people want to work with him right now.
Maybe it was just a rumor. Maybe I should stop believing everything.
Now there was a series for a short while with a different cast, but
okay.
Yeah. I mean, I'm always up for more Jackie Chan. If they want to do something without Chris Tucker, yeah.
If they want to do Forbidden Kingdom 2, I'd love that.
Sure, why not? It won't be my first choice, but why not?
I love that movie so much.
We do Shanghai Kings.
Well, we are waiting, Christopher, on Willis Credia. He has some stuff going on, and hopefully he'll be here in time to do the stream because once again he's got some good shit prepared, and we're not going to do it for him. I don't think if he doesn't show up or anything. Probably.
Well, yeah, and he's running late. He should be here. He'll just run late, so he should be dropping by. But yeah, I guess do we want to get Andrew Callaghan out of the way?
Well, first I just wanted to let's do the announcement about tomorrow. Get that out of the way.
Oh, sure, yeah.
Before we get too deep in the
get a little serious and then get light again.
So you may have noticed that on tomorrow on my channel and Bob's channel, there is a second stream. That came up at the same time as this one. It's not happening at the same time as that one. This one, I should rephrase that. The stream is later, and that one is to accommodate those of us who aren't available at this time today. So we, maybe going to start doing that on a regular basis. If so, at least for now, until somebody thinks of something better and tells me to stop calling it this, calling the later one Initiative by Night, and it's intentionally corny. But the whole point
I thought it was serious.
No, I got a thing here. Check it out. Huh?
Nice.
It's musical. So that'll play before the stream tomorrow. So if you guys are sitting here waiting, you don't have to watch nothing at least.
Which of us are each? I don't remember which of us, like the silhouettes.
Oh, yeah, I was the one in the middle. I was definitely
yeah. I'm pretty sure I was the one on the left.
We all have such great figures.
I think it's it was time.
Photoshop's an amazing thing.
Yeah. So with that one, at least for my purposes, because it's later. I don't know. Maybe I'll be a little stoned or something. I like to smoke a little weed, but I normally don't do it until later. So we'll see. I don't want to embarrass myself. What else we got? What do you guys got going on your channels? Anything you want to talk about?
Well, I recently uploaded a video on Chris Gore, pretty much just at this point just stealing topics that we talk about here and then just
That's not allowed.
Nice.
No, I'm plagiarizing. But yeah, and then have a little something cooking up on the whole, the phrase, just a little hidden gem, go woke, go broke. Don't know if you've heard about it.
Yeah. I think
it's an axiom.
Yes, just a little video responding to that during the weekend.
Like and I don't want to get into it, but man, I can't help but comment on it real quick. But like, man, the fact that people still say get woke, go broke, and then all of the evidence, and we still need to do that one day. I'm gonna fucking insist that some stream is dedicated to us. If we have to do the research on stream, I don't know. Just like look at a list of things that were said to be going broke because they were woke, and just really see what the percentages are, right? But yeah, even just without looking it up, you can tell. You know what I mean? And then this type of thing happens, and yeah, nonetheless, fucking A, man.
It's also just such an easy statement to like give the perception that it's true when you use a word like woke, which you can use for whatever purpose you want it to,
Yep.
like when you decide what's woke and what's not, then it's pretty easy to make like prove your point that something's woke, then it goes broke, because then you can just say, oh, all the movies that are doing bad, that's because of wokeness,
Bingo. Yeah, I made I don't know if you guys saw the most recent video I put on my channel about Jim the Casual. But I made a couple of graphics. I'm actually I made them on the fly, and I'm like, it's pretty good. So the whole point of it was a conversation Bob and I had about, like how do people end up like that, where they're so confident in that they're like, I want to debate you because, woke is bad, and you said a thing about a YouTuber that I like, and then they get drunk and then go on a debate and can't even define like the founding premises that they're operating from you know what I mean? Like, how does that happen, right? Because I wouldn't say that these people are, some of them anyway, are not stupid people. They're not like just fucking morons, really. It's just you can tell that they've been, I don't know, short-circuited somewhere. Like their logic was diverted on some point. And so I made this thing here for that video. Let's see. And this is whenever, Bob, we talked about what YouTube's algorithm really does from that article we looked at. And it says it's to keep, the YouTube says this, it's to keep viewers watching what they want to watch and to increase long-term satisfaction. And those sound like positive things, on the surface. But like when you're talking about understanding things better or having a, broad range of, information, and just like, as it says there, being educated, challenged, making aware, offering insight, context, introduce new ideas, broaden your understanding of other perspectives, or help you outgrow biases or ignorant notions. That's not what YouTube is doing. So like there's a difference between watching 6 hours of fucking EFAP a day and then like mindfully choosing to watch 6 different hour-long videos about a different craft or something like that. You know what I mean? So anyway.
Do you think like the people who, someone like Jim who goes up to debate you guys, do you think that they buy the whole narrative that like anti-woke is like the norm, people have had enough? It's like people who are woke, or people like us who have more even just like center or left leaning like politics or just ideologies in general, like that we're just a small minority. Do you think they think that narrative is true, and then and then maybe think that their arguments are just correct, because like the majority is, because like I'm trying to think, because you asked the question of why do they do it,
Well, because the why is trying to understand it on some logical thing where you can get in their mindset and you can make it match how you understand reality is not going to happen, because they didn't reason themselves into this position. And that sounds, condescending. It sounds mean, but it's like, it's true. It's just, there's a lot of, intuitive, like Jim was a great example. That's why I'm not going to talk about him again because I've talked about him enough. But I couldn't help but this one time, like, do it one more time. Because he's such, he flat out admits that he lives a very walled off existence when it comes to these things, and he just, like this graphic says, he just lumps everything that is outside his lived experience, what they call identity politics, and throws it under this term woke, and then watches a bunch of content without thinking about the fact that they never tell him what woke means specifically, and that you'd think he'd be able to define it better, and he really couldn't. It's as far as like them thinking it's really everywhere. There's a contradiction in the whole thing because that's not it. Let me find the graphic that I mean. There we go. So this one kind of conveys it, right? Because I was talking about woke as a mind virus, and that's been said before from them in the other direction, right? Like they'll say, "Oh, woke is just a virus; it's mental," and it's like, well, what? No, let's really think about this here. It's not. The logic is not in their favor. The evidence is not in their favor. So yeah, as it says here, it is both popular and not. It is both powerful and weak. You know what I mean? Like whatever is needed at the given moment. That's what woke can be for them. So it's like I've seen in one conversation somebody be like, everybody hates this stuff, and then like woke is everywhere. That's why they have to come up with these fucking things about BlackRock and ESG, because that kind of loosely satiates the part of the more slightly skeptical people in their audience that might go, wait a second, if it's popular and nobody likes it, and then they go, well, because ESG and BlackRock and stuff. Oh, okay,
Well, it reminds me of a great Fourth Doctor quote, and I wish like I had it clipped. I meant to clip it, but I haven't gotten around to it. But there's a quote where he says, "The very powerful and the very stupid have one thing in common: they don't change their worldview to fit the facts. They change the facts to fit their worldview." And that's a lot of what you see with these people. They're changing facts to fit their worldview. They aren't like they aren't like just like looking at facts. They just cherry picking stuff that will fit what they already believe.
Yeah, it's a lot of irrational and emotional thought.
I mean,
we all do it. Everybody does it to some degree, right?
To a degree, yeah. It's unavoidable, yeah.
It's just the problem happens whenever you are one of these people that thinks that you don't do it, and that you're just such a rational boy, and like one of these people that misunderstands what Spock is about and thinks that he's 100% logic and 0% emotion, when that's not really ever been what Spock is about. Or just a mastery of emotion, and they don't have that. It's just, I used to tell myself similar things when I was younger, like basically I'm so much more rational than these other people. And I was a fucking dipshit. I didn't know shit. And now I'm constantly fucking doubting myself, or doubting what I'm thinking. I'm running it through a couple of filters, talking to people I trust. Like, hey, does this make sense? And that's just really the healthy thing to do, because nobody has, I don't know, to never question what you believe or never like really define the terms that you base your shit on is fucking wild to me. I don't know.
I never even thought about it until it was kind of just brought up just now. Just if you think Spock is a purely logical character, then I have to say you have a fundamental misunderstanding of the character of Spock.
Yep.
That's not what he is.
I think that's more like the kind of meme superficial version from people that haven't really watched much or any Star Trek.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. It's that skeptical, Reddit atheist, YouTube atheist kind of mentality where you're like, you once you learn, oh wait, all this religion stuff is bullshit, and I don't believe it. Well, so many people do. I'm so much smarter than everyone. And you found one thing that's like, okay, that makes sense, but then you just apply that to, I just must be generally smarter than everybody on everything. Yeah, I did the same thing. Anyway, but yeah, I was laughing as I was writing this because it was just kind of coming to me. It's like patients may have strong opinions on tweets without seeing them. Encountering someone else with the virus, patients may adopt their opinions entirely with zero skepticism, particularly if the other patient has a YouTube channel.
No, I do. Maybe it's just because I deal with it a lot, but I still have to wonder. Like when you listen to somebody like Rags, and you think, oh, this is a person that needs defended with my utmost ability. I'm sorry, that's weird. I don't get that under that at all.
I have to feel
you
like
listened to him? Have you?
I mean, we can get into it another time. I don't want to derail the show.
Yeah.
I have theories on all this stuff, so you guys have to tell me to shut up. I'm sorry. All right. So with that, I guess what's next would be Bob. Did you say what you had going on?
Oh, well, I actually may not be able to do a solo live stream for a while with the Fandom Initiative in my work schedule. So it's like I'll be doing Fandom Initiative still, but I won't be doing regular live streams.
Oh.
Which means I'll be putting more work into my Eternals versus Dune. So hopefully I can get that out in a couple weeks.
Well, if you want, just let me know what segments you want and stuff. And as I'm like editing, initiative stuff, I can clip some stuff for you and your channel if you want.
No, I am good. No, it's just solo live streams. I don't know when I'll be able to schedule those. So
yeah, but don't you normally upload videos segments from your streams? That's what I mean.
Yeah, but yeah.
So, anyway, all right. We'll talk about it whenever it's not.
We can figure it out. Yeah.
Anyway, just trying to show that hey, we're here for each other, man. All right, so Initiative by Night tomorrow. That'll be 5:30 p.m. Pacific time. Or no, Pacific time. Yeah, and then 8:30 Eastern time. Ed Pop Counterculture will be with us. Basically, going to be his show. He can do whatever he wants.
Mm-hmm.
All right, and then we got the house stuff out of business. Next up is some unfortunate, fucking shitty stuff, and we're just gonna briefly talk about it because for one, it's still pretty early on, and two, it's just we're probably gonna have to talk about it again, so we don't need to get mired in it when we don't know all of the fucking details, but we know enough at this point.
Yeah. So essentially what I know of it is Andrew Callaghan, who I want to stress is a great content creator. He apparently did an HBO Max movie recently that's supposed to be really good. He's got lots of allegations of sexual misconduct against him. When the allegations first came out, my first thought was this looks bad. And he has not come out with an official statement, but apparently he has talked to Ethan Klein, and Ethan Klein's kind of been cleared to say, Andrew has admitted everything, and there will be a statement coming. So yeah, it looks bad, and one thing I think it's important to stress is that when allegations come out against a big content creator or a big celebrity of any type, there's going to be a lot of hate that goes towards the people doing those allegations, and it's important that people have their voices heard. Lots of time, like the phrase I think is typically believe women, and I'm not. So people, I feel, misconstrue that phrase to mean that when women have an allegation, that means it's always correct and should be treated 100% seriously. And that's not what it means. What it means is when they speak up, let their voices be heard.
Exactly. It's serious and it should be taken serious.
Take it seriously. And it looks like here the allegations were true.
Yeah.
And that's not going to be good for them.
No.
And then this is one of those things where it's like, now I don't even know if I want to watch that HBO movie, which I had actually was looking forward to watching. And it's one of those things that, and there's nothing wrong if you still want to watch it. There's nothing wrong if you still want to watch his content. It's entirely up to you. But yeah, it seems like he's not a good guy. And that is disappointing.
Yeah. Honestly, like I didn't really know much about Andrew Callaghan for until a couple of weeks ago when I saw, because I think it was for his movie that he just made. He was on CNN, I think, and he had kind of like a back and forth with one of the presenters at CNN, and he looked really good in it, and and that's when I kind of heard a little bit about him. People made videos on him, and I was just okay, yeah. So he's like a good presence within a more leftist space, I guess. And then literally a week after this came out, I was like, oh shit, and yeah, it does not look good. And
at the same time, you see, he's he's a lefty. You can kind of tell just generally but at the same time, you look at how he does journalism, which is and it's unique, and that's one of the reasons he became so well known. And like people are like, oh, I like this guy, is because he does journalism in a much more traditional way. Ironically, like you know,
if he
journalism.
watches.
As like I was in journalism, you know, I took journalism, my favorite class and shit. I wrote for a couple of different publications and stuff, but like, so you know, I use those skills all the time for YouTube. So journalism is something that I value, and just like the theoretical, ethical approach of journalism that has just completely fucking died in the age of social media. Like nobody uses the ethics, as they're called, that I learned of journalism, you know, anymore. Except he does, you know, like he's really taking a pretty fucking, he goes to these, obviously to most people, he goes to these places that these people are going to be like, wow, that person's crazy. All these people are crazy. But he doesn't like hit them with gotcha questions or anything like that. He doesn't fucking, you know, troll them to get, you know, he just asks questions. And a lot of times they're just very fair, even questions. And they, you know, they still end up looking crazy a lot of times because it's just the stuff they believe. But like, still, it's a refreshing type of approach for that. But
yeah, if you watch any one of his videos, like he's probably the most prominent presence there, but like there's gonna usually be a subject to his videos, and like that subject in that video will usually be like the person in center stage. Like he feels like a background person, just occasionally asking questions. So when he does a video, you get a good impression of like the subject of the video, not so much of him. But yes, this is the all gas no brakes guy, Channel 5.
Well, now that
New
you
age
say
people
that, I
don't-
wonder,
but yeah.
because you're right. We don't get a lot of sense of who he is as a person. I wonder if that kind of plays a psychological role in us being so disappointed, because like we kind of just have been able to think of him as like a, you know, what we want to think of him. He's not putting his personality
kind of
too
a
much
blank
out
slate.
there.
Yeah.
It's kind of the most impression you get from him is he just seems like kind of a socially awkward smart guy.
So before, we don't want to get too deep in it yet anyway, but like if you guys have anything else you wanted to say, go for it.
I mean, it seems like it from like the allegations, like it seems he's been very manipulative, you know? In like the way he's like he
coercive, right?
does it. Very coercive, you know, like stories about like how he you like pretends like he doesn't have a place to stay, you know, and then like it's like, oh, can I just stay at your house? And then comes in and it's like, oh well, it's just same bed, you know, and why don't we also, you know, and like it's just it does not look good, and it's very disappointing because from what I've seen, he makes good content and important content, but it's like kind of just fucks all that up, you know.
I saw someone saying, not here, but like on the stream, but somebody said something like, you know, and this is some random Twitter idiot, like, oh, this seems like, you know, and I think they're a lefty. They're like, this seems like somebody that's just, you know, putting this out there to ruin him because of how successful he is. And it's like, even if that's the case, even if that somebody is like a fucking enemy agent that's kind of enforcing this information, the information is true and he admitted to it. So like, it kind of doesn't fucking matter, dude. Like, it doesn't. You know, it is all that matters is that it happened, and he's, you know.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like that's kind of what McLeod is kind of implying here. And one thing I also want to stress is that a lot of these allegations came out years ago, just because of this documentary. A lot of this is like he's getting a light shined on him, and now these allegations are getting a light shined on him. A lot of this stuff came out years ago.
I don't think that you were necessarily saying that the allegations aren't true, McLeod.
Yeah, no.
I hope not.
Yeah, no. That's not quite it.
I'll say it right now. Even if we find out that there was somebody comes out tomorrow and is like, I'm work for the defending the January 6th insurrectionists, who I think are pieces of shit and should all be in prison. And I'm the one that corralled these you know, claims together and like, okay, cool. Doesn't change the fucking fact that
you still did it.
And unless you made them up, right.
Yeah,
if they're made up,
like,
then
but like it from the way he's reacted to it, you know, which is like really no reaction. Like if it was completely made up, like, you know, I feel like he'd be out defending himself like from the beginning, you know. Like it's just,
I feel like he was probably gonna say a statement, and then he told Ethan Klein, and then, you know, kind of with kind of told Ethan he could kind of tell people, and then maybe just because of that he's backing off, because I think a statement he did tell Ethan he was planning a statement. I think it was supposed to come out before now.
Yeah,
Yeah.
This whole thing about I mean, I would like to think that people watching don't think this way, but if so, then I guess it has to be said. It doesn't matter, if they in fact, like the culture that we've existed within for forever, to where women they were disincentivized from coming forward in a lot of cases. And because of the fact that they would get told that they're liars or just all this various shit, and it's like everything except actually listening to what they're saying and looking at the evidence. So
like anyone who thinks this,
it's weird, but I mean, it's not weird, really. Look at the political culture we live in. You can kind of just expect shit like this forever now. So like, it's not weird.
Like I said, a lot of this came out years ago, and it's been collecting for years. It's just nothing. Right. It hasn't had a light shined on it till now.
Yeah,
and with the documentary being what it is,
and that's true. It does leave the impression, you can kind of think that he's empathetic, right? But like, and he might be, there's not a binary. Like, he's probably a very empathetic person. It's just that he's got a really fucking fucked up spot where he, isn't in control of his I guess how he deals with shit. He's got, I don't know what you would describe it as, but like, somebody can be empathetic in a lot of ways and then be a piece of shit in one way,
Yeah, but we also need to like remember that like the way people come across online and in edited media, and it's like that can be very different from who they really are and the way they treat other people, and that's the scary thing. People that we look up to can be pieces of shit, and in a lot of cases that has ended up being the case with celebrities and people who have influence.
I was a pretty big Kevin Spacey fan. I thought he was a great actor. I enjoyed a lot of his stuff.
All right, Bob's got to go.
Yeah.
Who wasn't at least a Spacey?
Shit. I've been,
everybody liked a lot. There's always somebody that we like that's like. I mean, how many times it's happened at this point? We need to learn to deal with it better. Like
exactly.
There needs to be a kind of, when your ethics, your personal ethics very well, and you've got those kind of on lock. Something like this comes up, and it may be really fucking. It may hurt. It may be really unfortunate. But you gotta do what you gotta do. And it's like Bob was saying, if you still find value in his content, it's still valuable content, right? Like, if you can stand to watch it without thinking about that, I don't know if I can. I haven't tried. If I can watch it and not think, oh, this guy's been doing, I don't know. It's like I can't listen to Michael Jackson. But yeah, I don't like to look at Kevin Spacey, and there's no real, I guess, logical framework behind that. I don't put a lot of thought into what I'm willing to accept and what I don't. But
I don't know what it will be. Like, I have actually found Michael Jackson's easier to listen to, maybe because he's passed. But yeah, Kevin Spacey, I still haven't gotten over.
True. Yeah. I mean, like, it depends, right? Because like the Avengers movies, the first two with Joss Whedon, he's not on the screen, and there's like 1,000 other people that put a lot of great work into those movies. So it's just like,
Yeah, Joss Whedon's also, his issue just seems like he's a piece of crap.
Yeah, true.
No crimes per se. No.
All right.
Yeah, there'll probably come more about Andrew Callaghan in the next coming weeks, but yeah.
Just to let you know, oh man, Blurry, why you got to drop that line? God damn it. All right, moving on. What do we got?
Well, we could talk a little about Drinker.
Yeah. Well, we'll do that first, I guess. Well, actually, no, let's do this first. I wanted to start with something, cleanse the palate, right? I got a 4-minute video by, let me look up and make sure I got the name of this channel right real quick. But it's a it's a good thing. Positive content for once, right? Like, how often does that happen anymore? Okay, so The Writer's Block is the name of this channel, and they have like almost 3,000 subs. So It seems like they make some pretty good content. You know, if it turns out they made some stuff that's cringy or whatever, then I take no responsibility. I don't. This video anyway is good. I can vouch for it. And it's about the MCU. It's called Dear Marvel, I Still Love You. A brief defense of MCU Phase 4. Oops, I liked it.
The MCU as we know it is dead. It's over. There's no going back. But is that a bad thing? With the recent release of She-Hulk Attorney at Law, more people than ever seem all too eager to claim that the Marvel Cinematic Universe is doomed and that MCU Phase 4 is the worst thing since unsliced bread. A lot of these folks like to say that Marvel movies should have stopped after Endgame, or if they're feeling particularly edgy, after Infinity War. But I fundamentally disagree with that assertion. While the first phase of the multiverse saga has undoubtedly been Marvel's most inconsistent in terms of box office returns and audience reception, it's also been the company's most ambitious era from a creative standpoint.
Yes.
Yeah, makes good point.
True.
Yeah, it's really
the box
easy
office's
to-
consistency. I'm not quite as on board with it. I think they kind of expected that. I mean, Shang-Chi's not going to do as well as Doctor Strange, and Doctor Strange isn't even like a huge character even yet. But yeah,
and
as far as everything else they said, yeah.
And as Charles would probably also say, like the pandemic, you know, it's like
yeah,
like pretty much all of Phase 4 has been the pandemic years.
Well, and we'll touch on that again in a little bit, or after this, because the main topic that's on the title and everything kind of touches on this, the fact that when you apply context, real world context, and you don't just look at like strict numbers as if that's like it's a sports game or something, and you're just like looking at batting averages or whatever, then things matter. And yeah, it's I was thinking about the fact that, for one, it seems pretty obvious to me, and I know that some people are going to say this is just cope. I really am not. I don't care. Like if the MCU fails, I mean, that would suck for people who still appreciate it, but I feel like I got what I wanted out of the thing after Endgame. And I said when that happened, I was like, okay, fuck. I never expected to get all this fucking great stuff from these comics that I've loved forever. And I you know, like, it's surreal that this exists. Going forward, if I don't like it, that's okay. But as long as other people are enjoying it, then I will still be supportive of it, right? And I've liked it more than I expected to. I do see that it's inconsistent, and I have stuff that there's stuff that I wish was better in some ways, but you know, like I've said before, the Ms. Marvel and Moon Knight especially, I really was like looking forward to those, and the latter half of each of those, it wasn't so great for me. Maybe I'll watch them again and think differently.
I was pretty on board through most of Moon Knight.
I mean, but yeah, it's even still, it's okay. Like, I'm fine with it because there's been comic books that I've read, that are like, oh, this isn't as good as I hoped it would be. Shit. And then
every single Marvel comic book I've ever read has been perfect.
You just hope for the next creative team is going to do better, right? Like, that's really how a fan engages with this stuff, not this entitled fucking, no, it's got to be perfect every time or I'm mad. Kind of bullshit. So it seems like they planned to be messy this season. This season of the MCU.
Well, I also have to wonder how much of it is kind of baked in, because it's a like they're obviously doing a multiversal thing, and it's gonna be a bit messy. Like, a multiverse is messy, just almost by its nature. So yeah, kind of dipping into that, it's gonna be a bit messy. So,
and that was originally the idea I had for this stream, by the way, which we're not gonna do that necessarily, but like, it was kind of just a how can we look at this as like if we make peace with the messiness of Phase 4, could we also make peace with the messiness of life? You know what I mean? But that's probably a little bit too fucking new agey bullshit for this crowd, so we're not gonna do that. But like, yeah, generally make peace with it, man. Like, some things are gonna be messy, and to think that to go from this is messy to Marvel is failing is ridiculous, dude, because Marvel has made so much money that they wrote part of their business plan to be messy. They didn't want to get locked into the same style forever, because that's a definite way to, see things fizzle out. So it makes more sense to me, from not just a business but a creative standpoint, to take some swings and see, because like with Iron Man, the first one, that they just kind of made that, right? Like, and it turned out as good as it did, and that set the precedent, right? So why not, after the Iron Man story is over, you go, well, let's try and do some other things. We can afford to basically making pilots, TV pilots, and see which one hits the best. And I don't know.
Well, I think a thing lots of people like to forget about, lots of the actors talk about this, but the script for Iron Man wasn't finished when they started shooting.
Right.
Now that there are plenty of successful, like Iron Man was a good movie. Apocalypse Now, famously, like Francis Ford Coppola was writing that script as he was shooting. It's not a good sign. But the movie turned out being great.
Yep. Yeah, and that's a good point here. Cater to different fandoms. It also brought in new fans. I can't. I mean, I don't know how much it speaks to the pure numbers, but like I've seen lots of anecdotes of, people like Muslims, just all variations of people that are like, oh wow, this actually represented me in a positive way, in a nuanced way. Instead of the way that Muslims have typically been, portrayed in media for a long time.
I noticed the word cater in there. I think you mean pander, right?
Yeah, it's the same thing, right?
No, I love how people use it.
Are we doing the buzzword Bible today? I saw some entries in there. But,
yeah.
Because that's one of them, right? Pander. It's like, what does that really mean? It's just got these negative connotations when it's like, I'm a Marvel fan. The whole thing has been pandering to me. Why?
Yeah, exactly. MCU phase 1 through most of 3 has been pandering to white males. It just has. So, like, if you're going to be like, why is it pandering to women? Because it spent so much time pandering to males for most of its run.
The idea that,
and also, like, if I feel like if you aren't sexist, then you don't see it as pandering to women. Like, then it's
true.
just like, as a Marvel fan, I still just see them as pandering to Marvel fans, and I feel like that might be a good idea for them to do.
Pandering to Marvel fans and pandering to not yet Marvel fans, right? Like, because that's what a business should do, is try to attract new, people, especially whenever some of your audience has gotten so fucking complacent and cynical that they're just going to talk about how it sucks all the time. Then they're not going to be catering to you anymore. They're going to look for new people.
And it's like they've realized that there's a much bigger audience of potential Marvel fans than just the white male,
Yep.
Like and if some people want to get butthurt over that, then that's up to them, But it's like, both from a marketing perspective, of course, they'd want to pander to a larger, not pander, like cater to a larger audience, but also just from like a fandom perspective, like, I don't know why people are so angry about the fandom becoming bigger, having more people, more new fans.
I don't want to spoil this for you. I'm sorry to tell you this, but bigotry, generally, that's what it boils down to. And in fact, if we have time, I don't know. I've been exchanging some emails with a guy who he's sent me a clip that we are going to look at later. And he's on the right apparently, but like doesn't like any of this content that's anti-screeching about wokeness. It's kind of an interesting case, is why I even exchanged emails with him. But yeah, where he draws the line is when stuff is forced, right? Like, he's like, I'm not against, I'm actually he said he's bisexual. Exactly. And I'm like, can you tell me what metrics you're using to gauge what is forced? Oh, do you have inside knowledge on the writer? Do you know for a fact they were held at gunpoint to create this character? Why is this being forced when other characters were created that technically were forced? You know what I mean? Like, what is fucking forced about it? That's why my channel used to be called Forced Adversity, to make fun of that whole forced diversity thing. Now it's a podcast, and you could subscribe to it. It's at Forced Adversity on YouTube.
Oh, FAP?
FAP. Yeah, FAP.
Yeah.
Honestly,
but that just sounds like all of these people. Like, that's something I feel like I hear all the time. I'm not blank, right? But I just don't like it when it's forced.
You're right, and I realize that as I said it. But if you see this, we exchanged quite a few words, and he showed me comments he was making in Eric July's video against Eric July's fans, and everything except him saying the Force thing would indicate that he is just one of us, kind of thing, right? Like he's going off, and it's all based on the idea that they're being irrational against how bad it is, right? So there's like a lot more sense in his position. He's like, look, it's even if you think that 3% of Marvel is too woke, there's still 97% that's not, or whatever. Yeah. And like, you shouldn't be making all this content about it and acting like it's everything. You know what I mean? So there's like some logic there, but then he's still got that one bias. So
yeah, I guess that's better than a better alternative, at least.
We might talk about it, but yeah, we'll just, I guess check this out. Play.
Whether you love or hate them, movies like Eternals or Multiverse of Madness represent a leap into high-concept genre filmmaking. Rotten Tomatoes might not be a big fan of Love and Thunder, but the fourth Thor film proves that Marvel is willing to support unique and talented creatives.
That's another thing, right? Like, this is one of the things Marvel's been doing, obviously, is taking swings with independent-minded creators, because that's one of the biggest complaints they've gotten is, they're just kind of creating factory content. And so now they're like, you look at Eternals and Doctor Strange and Ms. Marvel and then, She-Hulk, and they're just such very fucking different tones and voices happening there that you would think that I'm starting to think that the people that complain about this stuff don't actually want creative products.
You see, I'd almost say that would be almost kind of one of my complaints. The first three phases, I feel like it's getting a bit too formulaic. And then I watched something like Doctor Strange 2, where it's such a Sam Raimi movie, and I was just like, awesome, I'm on board. I thought Eternals isn't perfect, but I thought Chloe Zhao did a great job.
I love Eternals. I mean, no, it's not perfect, but like, what is? Yeah. It's just it hits me in like a narrative thematic sense that I've always appreciated, with like the idea of these, ancient kind of forces. Anyway, I won't get into it, but
when you're dealing with such a wonky comic book, I don't know if you can get a better version.
Yeah, look, trust me. Me and a couple of friends read a couple of different eras of the Eternals before the movie came out for a video, and I can promise you the movie is much more enjoyable than, look, Jack Kirby is a fucking legend, he's amazing, but this was Jack Kirby in his most unleashed. He had no editorial mandates. He's just like, I'm going fucking nuts on this shit, and I love that he got his chance to do that, and I love that he created the characters, but I promise you this is a more refined version. Anyway, yeah, we don't. Do you want to watch the whole thing, or I didn't know if we want to watch it or just have a conversation?
Well, we can just. I'm still up for watching it.
Okay.
Fit well.
Sure, some of the big screen projects haven't connected with audiences in the way Disney would like them to, but I much prefer to see them swing for the fences and miss rather than consistently playing it safe. In terms of television, I'll be the first to admit that their projects are a bit of a mixed bag. Even though I enjoy all the shows, I recognize that they have a great many flaws. Marvel is struggling to figure out a good balance between cinematic production value and intimate episodic stories, but it seems unfair to me to expect that they nail it on the first try. If you look back at Phase 1, a lot of those movies fall somewhere between good and okay. Sure, they're iconic, but you can see that Marvel was still finding its footing, and they stumbled a great deal along the way. It wasn't until Phase 3, with projects like Guardians 2, Spider-Man, and Black Panther, that the MCU truly transcended comic book movies and entered the realm of cinema. I'm not saying you have to like WandaVision or She-Hulk. I just think it's ignorant to assume that this new type of content from Marvel is indicative of the company's trajectory. They're going to adapt and improve over time. Additionally, the other main complaint I hear is that the influx of Marvel content dilutes the
So that last point, yeah, that's a really good point. To assume that this is just their trajectory whenever we can see what they've done so far and how they've kind of pivoted and such. And they've done, this is not new, really. So you look at the Avengers, right? The culmination of the first 6 films, I think, and those are all kind of more or less done in a very similar, style or whatever, at least in story structure and tone. And then the first one right after that, after they made a fucking gajillion dollars with that, they earned a little, capital, social, kind of, I guess, trust from the fandom, from audiences. And then Iron Man 3, which was a lot of people pretty upset about, they took some fucking swings in that. I mean,
that's very much a Shane Black movie.
Yep. It's he barely wears the armor. He's out of it more than he's in it, and that's part of it's written into the narrative, and it's a good fucking movie.
It's actually
I was
one of
about
my
to say
one
I'll
of my
defend
favorites.
that one. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I prefer the first Iron Man, but the third one's pretty damn good too.
Yeah.
So yeah, just to think that they've never said, okay, we got a little success under our belt. Let's do some wild shit. You know what I mean? They've always done that. They hit a milestone. They make $1 billion fucking dollars. Not even that, more than that. And yeah. Anyway, I agree, Herbert. I think this stuff sits on Disney Plus, which is another thing they must be factoring in when they're making these projects. They're not thinking of them as just a cinema experience anymore. They're like, this is going to be on our fucking app that people are going to maybe, check out and watch 5-10 years from now. And you never know what kind of audience it might pull in.
Is that like the amount of content they're going to have on Disney Plus as they continue this, like they already have, just from Marvel alone, like way over 30 projects, and they're just going to keep going. And keep going, I think they're definitely thinking about building up Disney Plus.
Yeah.
Oh, for sure.
It's all, I mean, really, anybody trying to apply traditional Hollywood, or movie media type analysis to stuff, and again, there'll be people that'll say, that's just cope. No, it's not. It's just fucking reality, man. Like, if they're playing these strict, games with comparing it to this or that or whatever. Like how Drinker or whoever does pretty regularly. They'll talk shit on something and then go, "What about this classic example?"
Yeah,
that, whatever,
like, what?
Doesn't have the message.
I got a typical Critical Drinker fan comment on my video on him about how, because I say he has a bias towards women, and then the person said no, and then he listed the female characters that Drinker likes. And of course, there were ones like Sarah Connor and Ellen Ripley and Princess
Arcane. I want to say
Princess Leia. Yes,
it's
Vi
always,
from Arcane and shit.
It's always cute whenever they come out of their caves and they say something like that, thinking that they're the first ones to ever say it. It's like, oh, you bless you, your little heart.
The fact that you could name all the women characters that he's praised is not a good sign. He should have praised more than that. It's
almost as if he's using them as like kind of token shields or something.
Yeah, it's almost.
To be fair to him, there was a list of around 14 women.
Whoa,
that Critical Drinker likes. So,
well, as we know as men who are on the left, we are woke. 11 is the minimum. So, really,
good job.
Yeah. I mean, he must have passed the test and everything. Got the certificate. But anyway. So I don't know if we wanted to just bridge from that to the Drinker thing, and I'll just share this video with the audience.
Yeah, let's do it.
All right.
Yeah, go check out this guy's video. It makes good videos.
Critical Drinker just came up, and on our stream as he does. But did you know that one of our own in the initiative also came up on a stream with Critical Drinker by Critical Drinker? In fact.
What?
Yeah, one of our members.
Who could that be?
I don't know.
You guys want to take a guess?
I've never seen this before.
Critical Drinker, not you, the chat. Take a guess at which one of the initiative was mentioned by name by Critical Drinker. Okay, Bob's gone.
Bob just dipped out.
He's just giving it away. Good job. So, yeah. Sorry, 1 second. You want to let set this up, or you want me to just play it?
Says, hey everyone, I hope you had a good Christmas. Hey Mauler, you should debate some of your haters on EFAP. It would be hilarious. Bring organized chaos on.
I barely have enough time to review this. I'm behind.
So it's notable that he immediately thinks of you, I think.
Yay! I'm getting
Right,
to
like-
them. I'm getting.
He can't be the only. You can't be the only person that he's watched videos by on him or whatever, and so that you come to mind first. It's pretty special, Bob. I'm proud of you.
Yeah. Warm place in my heart. And I just love. When I first watched this, I love how Mauler is instantly coming up with excuses. Oh, I'm busy. I can drop everything and go after a person who made a video on me, but I can't drop everything and talk to that person. No, that's unreasonable. And
yeah, that's as I keep saying to everybody, they always want things to be on their terms. They will create the rules on the fly and then shame you and stuff and for not doing the things that they think you should do. I think they built a lot of the shitty internet culture by doing that. Like every day I get people on Twitter, they're like, oh, you're a coward because your replies aren't open to people you don't follow. And I'm like, okay, if that's how you measure the bravery or cowardice of a human being, then I don't know, man, there's something wrong. That's like really just what they mean is that they're not used to it. They're so used to just if somebody says something they don't like, they want to fucking bully them. But and then Mauler and EFAP and stuff, their thing is kind of the same where they are just in a different format where they want to, make a video fucking shitting on everything you say and pausing it every fucking 3 seconds to say you're stupid. But then when you're just like, hey, let's have a conversation, like I'm too busy. I'm too busy.
I'm busy. I got reviews. And you'll bail out anyway. Well, we haven't gotten to that part yet. But yeah.
We are on a mission though. We're it's probably going to be, I don't know, a sustained effort to try to get EFAP to, bring us on so they can really just fucking just gape us, just fucking dismantle our butts for everybody to see.
Yeah. You know what? Nerdrotic, Mauler, Critical Drinker. I'm waiting for you guys to come on and just destroy me right to my face. Let's do it. Just destroy me. Tear me apart. Cool.
I love how Nerdrotic, man. I paused it, but just Nerdrotic is just like, everybody's so quick to just dismiss it. Like, actually, respect to Critical Drinker in this context because he made a direct, like bring him on, and then Mauler's immediately like, I can't, and then Nerdrotic probably doesn't even know what's being talked about, and he's got this comment here.
Everyone's still
come on. They all talk a big effing game, but when it comes time to like, hey, let's talk, they
well, but like in a lot of them,
I got it.
Well, that's pretty much the whole clip. Well, I was looking it up on YouTube. Maybe it's missing. Maybe somebody will find it for me. But I have not seen a single time where either Nerdrotic or Mauler have done a debate by themselves. And they're just not that many. I only found one for Nerdrotic, and it was a debate he did on EFAP, where it was him, Rags, and Mauler against one other guy. And all the EFAP ones appear to be like Wolf and Mauler versus one other guy. It's like they can't do it by themselves. It's like, what the hell?
That's the thing. That's the whole on their terms thing, right? Even whenever they do want to debate you, it's got to be on their channel. They might be willing to simulcast, but they need to have control over their end of the optics for sure. They won't agree to a neutral thing usually. And that's, I don't know, that's noticeable, man, to me. Like if you're not able to just kind of take if you got a neutral party that's willing to, hey, I'll moderate, I'm neutral, I don't care about either of these, I just care about facts and civility or whatever.
Well, that's the thing. Like if we do this, and I want to do this, I would love to talk to Drinker, love to talk to Mauler, love to talk to Nerdrotic. I'm going to put it on my channel. Period. And if you're going to have a friend, then I want at least the option to bring a friend myself. That's it.
Yeah.
I mean, I still think that the best thing that could happen is you and me and Ed versus Mauler and that little bitch Rags and then that other person I never remember his name. Don't remind me. I don't care.
Okay. I do know, but he does feel like the other one.
He's like, and then there's me. Who? Insert the Guardians clip. Who?
I love how the initiative has like an attack squad, like a debate squad. We just send you
I mean,
you three out.
Ed is rabid for debate right now.
Oh yeah,
it's inspiring to see. Like, man, we need that blood in here. Because I mean, Perp is always wanted to debate too, but he's got like real shit going on right now that not stuff that he doesn't get paid for. Like this, working on real work.
Yeah.
Fringo Star. All right.
Yeah. I don't know if you guys have like tried this before, but like, have you just like fully lay out the terms, right? Like a message to them either like through a video or like on Twitter, just like be like, I'd love to have a conversation with you. It can be on your channel. You can stream it. I'll host a simulcast. If you have we'll have equal amount of people. So like I can bring another person if you have another, and just like lay out like simple terms and then just ask, right? And then,
well, yeah, like somebody should do that on Twitter and say, hey, I'm willing to talk. Why don't you guys reach out? And somebody should also do a YouTube video saying, hey, I'm willing to talk. Well,
yeah, but I think and maybe that person should
wait a minute.
Again.
I've already done that multiple times. I've done that.
Exactly.
Yeah, I still need to. I'll do that today. I've got a clip of where we directly, intentionally, did our challenge, and I need to just clip that and upload it on its own, so it's easy to find. And and
then and then see the mental gymnastics that are made to get out of it, because because they often say that they're fine, that it's like that it's us who run away, but
you can't tell me that this is the first couple people who've wanted to debate them.
Oh no, absolutely not.
And I've already learned from a lot of these people, it's self-projection. When they say stuff like that, it's self-projection. It's because they're running away. They're looking for ways to run away.
Yeah, it is that in a lot of ways, in a lot of cases. And then, also for them, they have the same, probably, I don't know, maybe they should have the same concern that we have for like, smaller channels that are obviously trying to make a come up, because like I'm not like 100% against bringing somebody on from a small channel, but like I will look at their content and see, like, cause there's kind of signs to tell if they're like intentionally doing a push right now to kind of just, I want to debate people I can and get noticed. And no, I'm not going to do that for you. You know what I mean? Because even if I fucking, destroy you, more people are seeing you than should, in most cases. But like, yeah, so they have to kind of keep that in mind, I guess, is like, if we bring these people on and they do better than us, then God, what if our audience, notices good arguments or something like that?
That's the thing. Like, it is so much safer for them to not debate. As where they are right now, they're in a good place. Their audience do not have the same standards. They will not see the they will not see it as them running away from a talk. They'll see it as us running away from a talk. And then they'll keep their image. They'll keep their status. Like I feel like for them, they're just fully scared that only bad things will come for them by debating us. Like they won't get any more money or views. Like there's just a chance that they'll get destroyed in an argument, and then some of their fans will be like, oh, what the hell, and maybe they'll look stupid, but it's like by doing nothing, they gain so much, they can keep doing their little game.
Well, yeah, I guess my main goal is to just keep the pressure up, because their audience that comes over into my comments seems to want it.
Oh, they want it. It's well, I mean, it's funny. Sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say they're really eager to have these guys destroy me, and let's make it happen.
Indeed.
Bob just wants to be destroyed by them.
Yeah. That's all I'm looking for.
He really wants to get wrecked. Maybe tomorrow, initiative by night. That might be the perfect time. We should invite them on.
Well, I'll tell you what kind of conversations we're going to have tomorrow on Initiative by Night. This is not a daytime conversation I'm about to show you here. So look for this kind of stuff. We need to start doing thumbnails like this.
I'm sorry, I'm looking at Brie Larson's boobs. What am I looking at?
You're looking at Brie Larson's boobs. I mean, I am too. I am too. Aren't we terrible people that we looked at? Brie Larson's boobs.
I'm sorry. What was that clip again?
I don't know. I just all I know is Brie Larson's boobs. The words are going like running through my mind.
I love how just how much that they've like taken a shit on Brie Larson's name, but still just abused her for views because everyone knows she's hot. You know, they're all insanely attracted to her.
Yep, I was looking at that last night where like because I was trying to find an easy clip of somebody saying, you know, like Captain Marvel's gonna bomb so hard, and I was really thinking about doing like a compilation of that and then show what it made. But I gave up. But like, yeah, there were so many videos by especially Griggs, man, Geeks and Gamers, but everybody where they're just like non-stop with Brie Larson, dude. And it's because she checks a lot of the boxes. There's the conflict narrative that they need. There's the, you know, the woke thing that they have to talk about. There's the Marvel, which is, you know, popular things. So they have to throw the popular thing into the algorithm. And then also just hot lady, you know, misogynist audience that both hates her and fucking is in love with her and would drink her bathwater, you know?
Yeah. She's like the perfect scapegoat for them. Like whenever Brie Larson says anything, I was about to say like is in a controversy. It isn't even that. Like if she just says a word in an interview, they're like heaven has come down on us. You know, it's like this is their moment to shine because she's like they can put her in a thumbnail or a title and it's like instant 100K views, you know, if not more. It's like the and that's why like their content is so predatory. They're just constantly searching for like some kind of outrage to happen so that they can capitalize on it.
Yeah, they turned her into a lightning rod. I mean, how many videos did they do just whenever she does anything? She was cast in Fast 10, and all of a sudden there's a bunch of videos from these guys complaining about that. And it's like, yeah, she's a popular actress in a Fast and Furious movie.
There's even
it's like to be expected.
There's even these other channels that aren't even movie related specifically. You'll see them probably. And they have a lot of views and shit. And it's like personality type videos where it's like this is behaving this way, nobody likes this kind of thing, and it's always like from a fucking pretty misogynistic kind of standpoint, and they'll have like this is why people don't like Brie Larson, and it's like just talk like because she talks basically.
Well, it's something I kind of want to do a dive into on my channel at some point. Look into like the behavioral channels on YouTube because I feel like a lot of those have fallen to right wing grift as well.
I remember there's one called like Charisma on Command.
Yep,
and
that's the one I'm thinking of.
I'm pretty sure they have like I'm pretty sure they have like a conservative podcast. And like the video on Brie Larson I really do not like. It just like I don't know. But like some of these people also just when we talk about like there being some kind of thing to talk about Brie Larson, during the period like when they were really making a lot of videos, some of them just didn't need like a trigger. Like Geeks and Gamers has that one video where it's like Brie Larson is the most unlikable person in the world, and it's literally just him coming into his car, and he mentions that like Brie Larson is such a hot topic at the moment, so he just has to make more videos on her. He doesn't mention like what she's done in that moment. Like it's just because it's gaining the views, and he just admits. And the video is called "The Most Unlikable Person in the World" or something. No, and he's sitting in his car, and it's like 9 minutes of him just talking about how dreadful she is. Like it's not normal.
It's a Richard Meyer video.
Yeah, it's all he does is fucking. I was driving and I had to pull over to make this video.
It's like, fucking get where you're going. What are you doing? Go home and make a video. Fuck.
Sit at home. It seems like your whole thing is to make videos. Why are you going places? And with Brie Larson, like it's important to think about the fact that let's say that the first whatever video it was that somebody made that hit the algorithm so fucking hard, and you know about her, and that's when they all go, oh wait, she's a fucking, you know, that's our ticket. and then it just became nonstop Brie Larson for a year or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
If that video hadn't have hit, they would have just kept trying whatever was next. So it's like, it's important to keep that in mind. You look, that's what they're doing all the time, is trying to find that next thing. And, whether it's, and sometimes they hit it. They've unfortunately hit a lot, I think, in the last year, more than usual, it seems like, with She-Hulk and Rings of Power, and where it's like they're going to basically throw everything at the wall and see what sticks. And whatever sticks, you bet they're going to fucking, I don't know, the analogy's breaking down here, but you see what I'm saying?
I mean, I've always been very frank. I was probably at one of my most popular points when Brie Larson started hitting. And I thought, shit, do I need to do a Brie Larson video? And that's when I looked into it. I was like, what's everybody getting pissed about? And I looked into it and I went, well, this is fucking stupid. I'm not.
Well, she hates white men, dude. She hates white men. We're all white men. Why don't we get it? Do we hate white men too?
I wasn't triggered that way, so I didn't do the video.
I think we should just like change the title of this video. Let's just turn this into a Brie Larson video.
Yeah, Brie Larson hates all white men.
Yeah, us white men need to fight back.
Do white men need to fight back? Like, we'll do it as a question, because questions tend to get do pretty well anyway. True. And then the answer will just always be like, no, we should. There's nothing to fight against.
Yeah. it also yeah, exactly.
Anyways, yeah. So there was another thing. Did we want to do that topic? The initial thing that we had talked about, Bob? Kind of lost track of it. That's my fault. But like the conversation in my Discord that kind of got me all.
Yeah. Let's dive into that.
All right. So let me refresh myself here. What happened? I have Discord community, which you're welcome to join. The link should be in the description here of the video, or on my channel. There's like kind of a screening period where like you'll be kind of relegated to a specific part of the server before we earn some trust and everything. That's the kind of unfortunate thing I have to do, but necessary when it comes to the content that I make, and then also want to have a community, because people really want to get at me, dog. Anyway.
If people are wondering, I have the same thing. It's gated off. It's I very picky with who I invite over.
It's perfect.
Yeah, it's not my comments. It's not my.
She did attack us. She derailed our stream with that.
Yeah, with those boobs. What the fuck?
Oh, how dare she exist with boobs? Anyway,
women and their boobs.
But yeah, so you kind of just expect that with our communities here. If you join them, it's like we have to kind of both protect our audiences that are part of our audience, because they want a place that's not infected by shitty people. And also we have to protect against, concentrated attacks by shitty people, because they really don't like that we make this content. So, yeah, so there was someone in there that was expressing. So they had gotten, kind of had a little conflict in another server with a larger YouTuber that's like a much larger YouTuber who is kind of on the left or whatever, and was in their community, and they got kicked out of that community. And they were asking, came to us, and was basically like, just saying what had gone on. And I kind of understand somewhat the reason for like being apprehensive about, but like, this has a couple of angles. One is that they got kicked out because they had some takes that everybody considered bad faith, right? And I looked at the takes, and I have experience with the person in my own server. And when I first heard some of their takes, I got real apprehensive. I was like, it doesn't. I don't understand why this is your take, and things like, basically that it really just matters a lot to them what other people think of media, for them to form their opinion. And I think that's true for a lot of people, but I think it's rare to find somebody who admits it. You know what I mean? Like, no, I wonder what somebody thinks about this, because I like it and I want to know why they think it's bad. And I'm like, why do you care? If you haven't found a good reason to just not enjoy it so far, why would you look for one from somebody else? Anyway, that's only part of it. The other part was that this person, and this has been a thing that's happened a few times in my server, another, unfortunate result of the type of content that I have. People think that I don't know if they join thinking my server is all about let's talk about chuds all day long. That section of my Discord server is very tightly secured and limited to a certain role, like level of trust that I have with people. There's several channels. It used to be open, but then as I started bringing more people in, I said, you know what? And there's a hard rule. Don't talk about this shit in other spaces in the server. There's so many different channels for Marvel, DC, comics, movies, sci-fi, fantasy, Star Trek, Star Wars. We're even adding stuff for food now. Basically, if you join and you've got a fandom that you don't see represented and you want a channel for it, I'll probably make one. And, that's the actual fandom guarantee. But the chud stuff, all the anti-fandom stuff is kind of cordoned off. And that's where the conversations about that stuff have to happen, because I don't want all of my fandom experience to be defined by that shit. So, I mean, I know that you guys see me, and I think you guys are about the same. You see us, and we're talking about this stuff for hours at a time, right? Mm-hmm. And so, but that's all you see of us. There's a lot of other hours in the day, though, and I don't spend a lot of time thinking about this stuff or watching their videos. Mm-hmm. And so this person had been sharing chud videos in that server a lot, and they've done it in mine. And they're not the only ones, where they're just like every day posting 3, 4, 5 videos about. And it's like, why are you sharing these? And sometimes not even having a comment about them. They're just posting them. And I'm like, what is the point? Is there something here you want us to see or whatever? And it's like somebody sharing a Nerdrotic video, and it's like, look how he says something stupid. And I'm like, yeah, he's Nerdrotic. Like, I don't know, man. And to me, I guess I took for granted that people kind of understood that you shouldn't consume this shit all the fucking time. I don't consume it all the fucking time. I know you guys don't either. I insist that my fandom, my day, really, just my life, not be defined by this shit. And it's difficult. It's a balancing act. I have to put time and effort into this and working and thinking about it and stuff like that. But then you also have to have just a hard line on separation there. And in fact, if you're not making content about it, don't watch it, honestly. Like, yeah.
If you really dislike the chud stuff, quite frankly, the best thing you could do is either make content debunking it or share our stuff. Don't go into it on your own. Don't argue with people in their comments. In fact, don't really mess around in their comments at all. You can interact with myself. I'm sure you can interact with Dane. You can interact in our comments. But yeah, if you're on your own, there's no value in watching that stuff.
Yep. It only brings fucking, negative, poisonous fucking, man, life is finite. If I told the person this was occurring with, I was like, I gained something from doing this. And that's, not really money. I make $100 a month at this point, but that's not really, that's probably 50 cents an hour at this point. But I gain, satisfaction of feeling like I'm doing something that matters. And, whether or not it's a big thing or a little thing or whatever, knowing that I am affecting people's lives in some positive way, in some tiny way, that's good. And but if you're just watching it and then consuming it and then not processing it into something that is beneficial for anybody, and you're just fucking absorbing it, and that sucks. I wouldn't do it. I really wouldn't. Just not a good thing for you mentally. And that's the thing, is this person was, had some mental health challenges, as a lot of people do, as I have, and still watching this stuff. And the people in that other server had said, you shouldn't be watching that shit. It's just, and it's but I want to know what's going on or something like that. And I'm like, you know what's going on. There's no surprises, man. I can stop doing this shit for a couple of months, which I did early in 2022, come right back to it and not fucking miss a beat. Nothing had changed. Nothing, it's the same shit over and over again with different media inserted in the blank, I mean,
Ed and I did a stream like Monday night, and we essentially came up with a script for these videos. And like, it's like you could just do this stuff over and over again. Like all the videos, Bounding the Comics article will be there. They'll say woke, bring up audience scores. They'll talk about marketing, and they will whinge about past movies. You just do all that in a video, and it's going to be one of theirs. That's it.
Yeah, Blurry, you're right, and that's a distinguishing thing, that because Bob had said in that conversation, he was like, well, no, we do need to not ignore it, and there's the different thing, right? Like, yes, we as fans, as a fandom, should talk about it, but you don't need to, be up on every single narrative and every single thing that they're bitching about to know what's going on. I've got, not to fucking blow myself up or anything, but like, I've got videos that explain what it is. It's all part of the same cultural manifestation of, things that are going on. And you don't need to, in fact, do you know when the last time I watched a whole Chud video is? Anybody want to guess?
3 months ago.
That's about right. Yeah. I mean, well, maybe more. Cause like it was, the only time I've watched one all the way through pretty much that I remember was in recent months was the Eric July Sun Spider video. And that was when I realized that I don't need to watch these all the way through anymore, that they make their point pretty early on. They say they say the most shitty thing that they're probably going to say. Anything that's shitty after that is like just fucking extra shitty dressing on top. So you learn everything you need to learn about it from that. And the rest of it is just them killing time to say they have a video. We're over here making points and arguments and having conversations and applying nuance and stuff like that. Their shit is just propaganda. And you don't need to consume it to understand that it's happening, but so when we say don't ignore it, it's just talk about it to people. Tell people that aren't aware of the harm of this stuff. Generally, you don't need to know all the details. It's not helping you, or the details of what they're saying, rather. It's not helping you in any way, shape, or form. It's only hurting you. And as Bob said, just on a practical level, if you want to help with this, it actually helps more algorithmically to not fucking watch it. Watch our videos instead. Like our videos. If you have something you want to see covered by someone, don't watch the video. Just kind of get see what they say generally, and then send it to us and say, hey, you guys want to react to this, and maybe we'll start setting aside a stream like once a month to just do nothing but that or something. But I really can't stress enough how important it is to not let this shit affect you, unless you're processing it into something productive and whatnot. But anyway, what do you think, Turf?
Oh, well, I think you came around it pretty well. I think there's definitely, if you don't have something in it for you, watching them, I think can be a really like toxic thing for yourself to do. Like consume this content that much, because obviously for us, we have the whole like building towards something, and now that we're working together, I feel like it's easier to consume this content, because we have a support system. But it's like doing the battle alone, I don't see the point in it. It's like, especially with these channels who just make the same kind of content. Like if you watch a Nerdrotic video or a Geeks and Gamers video, it's not going to be any different from the one that they made 2 years ago compared to the one they're going to make 3 years from now. It's going to be the same things they're going to talk about. And like trying to keep up with that. I think first of all it gives them views, but it also just I don't think it does anything good for you personally.
Yeah. Like when I say don't engage their videos, don't comment, don't like, don't even dislike. Just don't dislike. Go to it.
Because as I'll say a million times, and they'll still do it anyway because they're fucking they have no impulse control. Dislikes have helped me grow as a channel. Like all their dislikes and negative comments. Thank you, Chuds. Unironically, fucking thank you. And then they're still going to be disliking this and every other video they come across. So
yeah,
that's what happens when you're part of a fucking mind virus.
Right. Yeah, exactly. Like when people comment about like the dislike ratio I have on my video, right? I just like add those two numbers together, and I'm like, that's how many likes my video have, you know?
Yep.
Like it's because
That's how much
algorithm
engagement you got.
exactly right, and it's like
You influenced those people one way or the other. You had an effect on their you made them feel something, right?
and exactly, and like for every dislike you get, like it pushes your video out there, and it might even go. Oftentimes, it also goes out to people who end up liking the video or who agree with me. You know, like it disliking the video, it doesn't just most of the time it just does something good for you, like a video. It adds engagement.
This is a concern, and I think I have kind of have a way we can address that. Because I have a separate account for my personal purposes because I would not want to watch Jesus Christ, man. This account is
no,
so
I have my
fucking
personal account and my organized chaos account. My organized chaos account is trash. It's all this anti-woke garbage, all of it. And then my personal account sometimes gets it leaking in, but it's mostly just stuff I like.
I mean, the part of the thing is that I'm even if we just do the same, we cover the same content. If we're just putting Marvel, DC, whatever, regardless of the chud part of it all, we're still probably going to get corralled into the algorithm with them because the algorithm doesn't see us any different. As far as like, oh, they're talking about Marvel, but the problem, at least in my case, is I think you guys might do that too. Where I use a lot of the same tags they do. I use some of the buzzwords that they do because my goal is to get into the algorithm with them, so that they're like that's just kind of
control the algorithm right now. So
they've dominated
the algorithm. You gotta get it in there.
Dominated it for a while. You gotta do something, and like it's it sucks. And I would just say that I know it doesn't work 100%, but instead of this is the way you can actually help. You don't need to be a YouTuber or anything, and you can do initiative stuff, right? Like, and I've got a video I'm working on that basically says this exactly. Like, you're part of the initiative. If you're, even if you never want to make a video or whatever, you can subscribe to all our channels. You can, like and comment and chat, and then just whenever you see one of these channels pop up in your feed, hit the do not recommend this. I don't want to watch this thing. And it doesn't work 100% of the time, I know, because I've seen channels pop up again that I've said that to.
Yeah.
But
if it pops up again, hit it again. Just keep it up. And
I know it's unfortunate. I know that, I'm sorry that we just our existence sullies your YouTube feed, but and maybe that turns off more people from watching us than I even can realize. But it's kind of just the nature of the beast that we're in right now. There's no alternative to. If we're going to try and make any kind of real estate for ourselves, any kind of gravity in the algorithm, it's just going to have to be at the expense of their shit, which means we got to kind of fucking nudge in there a little bit. So yeah.
If there is something if you really want to just like do anything, if one of them has a really, really long video, which they pretty much never have, but if they somehow do, click on it, watch 1 second, go out of there. It'll ruin ruin the view time.
Yeah, that's the thing.
Yeah. Like that's the thing that can really, that's when people come onto your video just to dislike and then leave after a second, that's the part that it can actually hurt your video, because
don't tell them that. Don't tell the chuds that.
Cut this out. Shit.
Actually, I'm now thinking we need to do maybe tomorrow if Ed, is cool with it, because it's really, I want him to be able to talk about what he wants to, but like, we need to do like a segment or even just a stream looking at, this type of stuff. So like what we're talking about with the do not recommend thing, but then stuff like this, BlockTube. It's got 4.5 stars ratings, 80,000 plus users, block everywhere using the 3 dots menu. We should probably offer some pragmatic solutions to this stuff since we're asking people to watch our content. Cool. I'll look into that, and then we'll get back to you.
I'm not familiar with this, so I'm not.
Sounds good. Also, just a heads up, I think I have to leave in like 15 minutes. 15.
Not allowed.
Yeah.
Not cool.
Sorry. I'm sorry for suggesting that.
What was that? Turf's gonna be here for the next 2 hours.
Sorry.
Do I need to put
sorry, Masters?
Do I need to put Brie Larson on the screen so you're just like locked in? Is that? Yeah, somebody mentioned earlier that she like has a new guitar video. Dude, she's so fucking cool. Like, god damn, she's always doing yoga and like working out and playing guitar and singing and shit. And it's like, man, how do people hate her? Like, is it because she's so fucking awesome that they're just like their dick shrinks and they get insecure? Or I don't know.
Did you say boobs?
Yeah. That's all I said. That's all I said.
Yeah, she's very awesome. Have you seen her boobs?
Yeah, that's all I heard.
No. You're just saying. I mean, I appreciate the energy there, but you're just saying shit that you don't. It's not good. Don't do it.
No.
Yeah.
They
Don't even engage in their comment section. Don't.
They do not check their comment. They don't even glance at
They don't.
them.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I noticed that sometimes they will heart a few comments, but they're probably like how I do at this point, where after the first day, I just don't read comments anymore, and that sucks because I definitely miss some stuff that I wish I could read, but like, man, it got at a certain point, it became too tedious to try and sort through them all, and you know, people saying the same garbage over and over again. And it's like, they're just their point is to abuse and to bully, and it's like, no, if you want to talk to me and criticize me, I've created ways to do that. You can email me, you can fill out the form and let me know which problem is, and we'll set it up. But yeah, other than that, and the same thing goes for if you have something positive to say and you want to let me know about it, you know, you can email me, and I definitely want to hear if something is like, you know, you like some video or something helps you change things, especially if it's like I was a chud and I'm not anymore. Yeah, I want to hear about that stuff. Actualfandom@gmail.com. But yeah, anything you wanted to talk about before you have to go, Turf?
Wait, what did we have left on the agenda?
The docket of shit to do. Yeah. Let's see. Oh, well, we got Daily Wire fails, but that's for I don't know if
yeah, I kind of want Charles here for that. Yeah.
Oh yeah, true.
And then kind of an extension of that, but then also, well,
I guess we can like quickly mention.
Yeah,
it's.
I guess I just don't want to like whenever if Charles shows up 10 minutes from now, him to basically be like, "Oh, you guys already said the thing," and you know.
All right, what else do we have?
Well, I'm sure he'll do a full breakdown tomorrow night if he's not here today.
I don't want to take away his thunder. You know, he gets so passionate about these things.
Yeah, this is his thing, right? Oh, I can kind of, I don't know, mention a couple of things I've got in the works since I didn't do it earlier.
Do it.
Let me pull these things open here. Where's it at?
Oh, so do you think it would work for the algorithm if like started like when controversial like male like celebrities have done something bad that like we put them in our thumbnails but like show their bulge? Do you think that would also like yeah, the reverse?
I've been doing that. I don't know what you guys are.
I've been doing that with myself.
Were you not supposed to do that?
Let's see. I guess we could talk about this guy in a minute, but I don't want to get on it yet. This is a segment proposal. I don't know if you guys saw this, that we could all just kind of every once in a while, if you think of one that you can apply to this and do it, then I don't know. It seems fun. Only scams. Eric July has a new Only Scams account. You know, he says, if you're a white dude who hates wokeism, hasn't read comics in 25 years, but still thinks of himself as a real fan, I want to fuck you so hard. All right.
I think I saw this on Pornhub the other day. You know, when there's like the live cam options. Yeah, it was really nice. It was like comic book fans unite. And I was like,
yeah.
But then it was locked behind a paywall, and Jesus.
Yeah.
Christ.
Haven't read a copy in 25 years. I'm a real fan.
Right.
Cost $99 just for 1 minute with him. I was not about to pay that much.
Okay, so here's somebody asked about the forced diversity thing. Yeah, I am behind on that. Let's see. I don't know where the comment went, but yeah, I'm behind on the editing, getting the podcast episodes out. Promise it's happening. You know, I've taken on a lot, and I don't plan to not do any of it. I just have to adapt my fucking routine, and I'm currently in the process of that. You know, it's easy whenever it's like a stream, and I know I have to start streaming at such a time, or I'm gonna disappoint people. But when it's like editing and I can like, I got this to edit and stuff, time gets by me. And then I'm like, anyway. That said, here's one of the things that I added to my fucking docket lately. And this is a kind of a final graphic for this. Comics and Anti-Fascism. Be doing the first one of those pretty soon. And that'll be on this channel. It's kind of what it says. Just looking at the history of both fascism, anti-fascism, and the comic book, element of that, which basically runs all the way back to the beginning of superhero comics.
Is the last episode going to be on Jordan Peterson?
As definitely an episode is, because I've already made the graphic for that. Because I did a video on it whenever he Marvel used I think it was Ta-Nehisi Coates was writing Captain America, and he used Peterson's words for Red Skull, like his literally verbatim used some Peterson words for the Red Skull, and people got upset about it. So got a cover there. I'm really proud of these cover designs I've been doing here. Comic book covers. So
when did comic books get all political?
I don't know. Yesterday seems like
when they made Superman gay.
Oh, that's actually part of. We could talk about that. The email exchange I had, if you want to. I don't know.
Oh, yeah,
what was that about?
I am interested.
Well, so I'll show a couple more of these off real quick. So the time that Magneto fucking wrecked Red Skull. Magneto being a Holocaust survivor and Red Skull being a fucking Nazi and all. There's just a graphic, blank one. There's Savage Dragon punching the shit out of a Nazi. So much for the tolerant left, And then good old, the original, the OG.
Why is he doing that?
Captain America going after Hitler? God, this is so political. It's not like Captain America went after Hitler in the very first image we ever saw of him.
I feel like I as a fan am being attacked by this. Why are they attacking the fans?
Yeah. What's up with that? They're attacking all fans with this.
I might not agree, but like if someone likes Hitler, that's freedom of speech, right? Like why are you attacking that?
Such a weird take.
I do have a long ass stream that I need to cut down to the point of it, which is on gatekeeping and how I think of it no differently than the paradox of tolerance, that you can't just some gatekeeping must happen because the minimum amount and the practical amount that reduces gatekeeping overall is to people that are trying to gatekeep based on opinions or inherent, innate qualities like race or gender or whatever. Anyway, what's bad argument? Who's talking shit? Anyway, so that's going to happen pretty soon. I think I'll have that up by the end of the month.
Cool.
I've debated on whether to do it like live or just a prepped video. I think I'm going to go with prepped. Just kind of out of practice on that. Oh, and we're going to get to this one eventually, which is one I've wanted to do since before I started my channel. The Defense of Secret Empire, the one where Captain America was a Nazi.
Is that the one where he says "Hail Hydra"?
Yep.
Did he actually turn out to be bad?
Yep.
Oh,
yeah.
Cool.
I mean, it's convoluted. It's comic book stuff, which is
comic book. Yeah.
The Red Skull used the cosmic cube, which can rewrite reality, to alter his memories and alter the reality of Steve Rogers' past, to where he'd always been a Hydra agent, and now he's been activated, and he just he was in the position to take over the country because everybody trusted him and stuff. So I mean, it was him, but I mean, the time that it came out, 2016. And we know what happened then and what happened after that. And then the fact that it is thematically all about the spirit of America's values being warped and fucking, kind of perverted for a fascist agenda. and people just buying into it wholesale and stuff like that. Yeah, I'm gonna do a whole deep dive on it and explain why it's fucking awesome. And it's actually like the most based anti-fascist comic book in mainstream comics.
That sounds a bit like Trump.
What? Who? No.
Who? No. Trump has never been in the comic books ever.
Oh,
No.
you mean that
Not
president
since the
we had?
80s. Yeah, that one guy. No,
okay.
you mean Obama?
I mean, Obama
Obama.
fixed racism. As we all know, it doesn't.
That's how we
exist.
knew racism was over for good when Obama was elected.
Exactly. We just need a female president, and then oppression in the world is gone. Hopefully.
Um,
But yeah. Sadly, I have to leave now.
all right.
I see how it is. We just figured out how to save America from all bigotry. You're like, I'm out.
Like, peace out.
Yeah, we know how he feels about a certain subsect of human fish hybrid people, don't we?
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It kind of sours my whole like I like freedom for everyone, but like that one group just kind of sours it for me. You know?
Yeah, we need a
They're-
mermaid president, guys.
Oh,
That will solve all mermaid bigotry, honestly.
I mean, it would probably increase the likelihood of someone shooting the president, but that's someone being me. You know what? Like as we all know, that's allowed because the president of the United States isn't my president, and like you're allowed to shoot another person, like another country's president. I think that's how it goes.
I think that's the rule. Is like if you do
Sure.
that, then you get to be president or something.
Yeah, like I'll
Amazing.
take.
Yeah.
Then I take over America. That's pretty cool.
I believe
So-
that's true, and I will do no research into it.
You guys are making points that like are valid, but also not because here. Yeah. Sorry, I'll let you go before I go on to this turf, but
All right, it's
Come on.
kicking me out.
no, you can stay, man. I
No,
want you
no,
to
I'm-
stay. I just don't
Yeah.
want to fucking come on.
I'm joking. No, yeah, I'm gonna listen to what you have to say about that. Mermaids aren't
Cool.
U.S. citizens, though. I
It's true.
agree. They shouldn't
They-
be. They shouldn't be any citizens.
They live out in the ocean, which everybody knows. International waters. There's no law. You can do whatever you want.
You can do whatever you
I've
want.
seen
to them.
Splash. You can bring them on the mainland and have them have a baby. Come on.
If they have to have grown legs and stayed with legs and not gone back to
Yeah,
mermaid form for a
As
year before
long
they
as
can
they're
apply for
dry,
citizenship.
they have legs. I've seen Splash. We're using Splash rules, right?
Yeah,
When
I
I was
think so.
when I was younger, I got very conflicted after watching H2O, the series. I don't know if anyone here knows that one.
Nope.
Damn. There was some There was some sexy mermaids in that one.
What up, Karina? We need to talk to you at some point. You're
yeah.
always like popping off of off the radar. I'm like, well, I don't- and then you pop back on.
Come on a stream.
No, she's been on at least. Well, she's been on what was the Forced Adversity one that I did a live stream that she came on. I invited her
Cool.
on.
Oh.
But yeah, you need to come on some of these streams. God damn it!
Wait, who's that saying I got turned down by a mermaid? Who said that? Mm-mm.
That definitely wasn't Ryan. That's,
I think we should. I think we should block this person.
Yeah. Well, I mean, he doesn't really. But what purpose does he serve?
Yeah. I think.
by the way,
actually,
Actually, Ryan's about to become. Once we have a conversation about it, I think we already have agreed that he's going to play some third role capacity in the Forced Adversity podcast. So.
oh, well, I don't think you should, since he's alive. No, I'm joking. Seems like a lovely person. I'm
No, he's
gonna
great.
leave you guys now, and hopefully you guys enjoy the rest of the time. I'll see you
Hey,
guys.
Everybody subscribe to Turf Nation at Turf Nation YT.
Oh,
I'm
thank you.
memorizing them. I'm memorizing
Oh,
them.
yes. And follow subscribe to Organized Chaos and Actual Fandom at Organized Fandom and Chaos Actual. Sure,
Nailed it.
all right. Thank you. I'll
Later,
work
man.
on it. See you guys. Bye.
Have a good one. So about these types of takes, like Yeah, I made videos early on that were basically just exactly this because I've been a fan forever, and it's like obviously, there's been politics, there's been they've had progressive politics. Stanley is where's the other one was the Stan soapbox one. Wait till they find out about and that's all true, man. That's all true. However, whenever I've talked to chuds about it, they somehow have convinced themselves that now things are different, that the politics now are different, that like even if it seems the same now, kind of like how Korn in that debate was like, well, everybody deserves to be free, but the pendulum is swung the other way, and now it's like they just have this vague sense that it's too much now, that like we and it's kind of a broad thing with conservatives is they're like, no, the civil rights was era, that was good, that was necessary, people, but that's it. That's where black people got it. They are equal. They've been equal since then. I mean, we have a black president, and like they don't understand systemic analysis or material dialectical materialism or anything like that. So they don't understand it, so they will argue and say that it's somehow different now than it was in the past when it was good.
Yeah, and I to a degree, I almost believe I almost like agree with them, but like their whole argument is like somehow it's gotten more political now, and honestly, I feel like it's gotten less. We're just seeing more diversity.
Yeah, that's it. It's I did a video where I did a dumb time travel in my dryer shtick, and like I went back in time looking for when before Marvel had agendas was basically the video. And I'm like looking to see what comics were like before, all these SJW wokies came in and ruined it. And then I like looked at several stories from across different, periods in Marvel that are explicitly, the same shit, just not in the context of today's social issues, which is what they don't like. And so it's all bullshit. They'll quibble with that and try to make up excuses, but end of the day, it's really just about them being corralled by the algorithm and the current anti-culture of saying this shit is bad. Bring back the time travel washer. I know my co-host Morgan of FAP loves that too. It's always mentioning it. Maybe I should. Actually, I don't even have a dryer. I'd have to do it. I mean, I have a shared one in my apartment now. I did have just my own washer and dryer in my house before. I could do that, but it would look pretty weird if I'm in the hallway of my apartment, like sticking my ass in the dryer like I did.
Why? I'm confused.
I don't know.
I don't understand it.
Segue.
Maybe.
Let me see here. Looking at stuff. Looking at some things, some stuff. How you doing? Bob?
I'm
what's
doing all right. Work, videos. But yeah, doing okay. Yeah. How are you doing? All right.
I'm good, goodish, doing all rightish. Whoopsie. I was trying to see if this is the thing that I thought it was. I was going to get your feedback, get the audience feedback, because it's not final yet, but I was thinking, I've been trying to perfect our intro graphic, okay? It's not like I'm never going to be, it's not that I'm just going to change it forever. I just have had a specific thing in mind, and I haven't been able to hit it yet. So the whole red and black aesthetic thing is really based on, that's the best I've been able to manage to do based on the aesthetic of the crate battle in The Last Jedi, which, in several ways I think is just a really core issue. And just, like we generally all love that movie with the Initiative, and then, who doesn't? And so it just seemed like thematically, visually, it's awesome. I wanted to kind of replicate that. And so I've got another thing that I think is closer, and I just need to tweak it a little bit more, but I'm not going to start using it until I have it finalized. Let's see. I need to make sure this is the one I think it is. I don't know. All right. So this is what I had. I just kind of came up with this the other day. And you guys let me know. Be honest. You know, if you think it's stupid, cringe.
Not fighting what we hate. Saving what we love.
I love The Last Jedi.
It's just that for a minute, but
Yeah, I did. Well, I was kind of getting hypnotized by the animation with the letters. You could see the red going in now. Yeah, it's good. I have mixed feelings about that Rose Tico quote, but like it seems appropriate for what we're doing. So, yeah.
What is your problem with it, Bob? Do you dislike something about The Last Jedi? That's not allowed in the initiative. You signed the fucking contract, okay? Sorry, you know, he doesn't. Sorry, no. It's a weird line that I get it when I stop and think about it, but doesn't make it good for the moment. And there is a part of me that wants to laugh when right after she says that the fucking
there's the explosion.
the cannon shoots
it's
the
just,
fucking thing. It's like
it's a line where it's like I love that sentiment, but this is really bad timing.
Yeah, well, and it just doesn't make. And I honestly do get it. I think it makes more sense when you stop and think about what she means by that. Not like.
Mm-hmm.
Also, it's important to note because one of the reasons people hate it and say it's the worst line in history and shit. I found some of that is they're assuming people seem to assume that Finn was gonna win if she didn't he was gonna be successful if she didn't stop him. And I don't know what movie you're watching, dude. He would have not fucking done shit. He would have fucking disintegrated probably before he hit the thing. And then if he didn't, by the time he hit it, there wouldn't be really enough left of the ship to do what he was thinking it was going to do.
Mm-hmm.
That they said that in the movie. They're like, it's suicide. You're not gonna. He was being irrational. He had just gained his passion for like, okay, this is my purpose now. He didn't have a purpose for fighting in this war yet, really. And then he found it, and now he's just like fucking and she saved him. So, like, if you think that he was somehow going to be the hero in that moment, then yeah, I can understand thinking that's a bad line, but you're wrong. So, like, anyway.
Yeah, it's a mixed bag because, like I said, I love the sentiment behind it. It just overall, it's a great movie. But now that I've complained about Last Jedi enough,
yeah, it's not allowed really. We're just I get that, Pista. It is.
I've done my piece.
I've said before that like I don't think it's a perfect movie, but it is a fucking beautiful movie in a lot of ways, and I'm willing to accept the less awesome parts. I did watch fucking Glass Onion finally, so.
Glass Onion's awesome.
I mean it was good, but I didn't enjoy it as much as I think I remember enjoying Knives Out. I just feel like Knives Out was like maybe it's because it was a new thing and now it's not new.
Well, here's the thing. Like when I first watched Knives Out, it didn't really thrill me, but then I rewatched it and I loved it. And I haven't had a chance to rewatch Glass Onion. Right now, I don't like it as much as Knives Out, but I probably enjoyed it more the first watch than I enjoyed Knives Out the first watch. So who knows what happens?
You said something a minute ago, and I'll add it into the edit of this or whatever, but it has to be done. Here's the thing.
It's clobbering time.
I don't make the rules. Wait, I do.
Well, here's the thing.
Yeah, I mean, I enjoyed the hell out of Glass Onion. I think that it's a fun movie, better than in this day and age with the way the Hollywood system works, and it's true. It's hard to get a good movie that's not some big sci-fi action epic or whatever in the theaters and a lot of eyes on it. But there's a lot of reasons for that.
Well, weren't you annoyed by all the misdirections in Glass Onion? Why are there so many misdirections in a movie like that?
Misdirections in a movie that is meant to it's a mystery, kind of mystery.
Yeah, what's up with that one?
Yeah, I don't know, man. I just don't.
Are you saying that's a bad critique? Or?
I don't get why a movie at all, not even, much less this kind of movie, but why would a movie ever want to kind of present something that keeps someone guessing and engaged in the movie story? That's weird.
You mean manipulate people's thoughts or emotions? Why would a movie do that at all? Ew,
that's coercive.
God. Yes, no. I want a movie to be completely flatlined, emotionless, bland. That's what I'm looking for. The Isom of movies, you might say.
Isom of movies.
Just nothing. Just a nothing burger.
Hell yeah, dude! You keep getting all these beard comments.
Apparently, yeah. I'm happy with it. I feel like other people are more happy with it.
Mine looks good when I'm on my own, and then I get on a stream with Bob, and everybody's like, "Oh, Bob, your beard makes my beard insecure." What? I don't know, Raven. I'm sorry. Did I just get rid of a video or a comment that you?
No, it's fine. It's a glass onion thing.
I don't know that makes any sense, Raven. Like those are not. In fact, they're not only not mutually exclusive. The goal. How do you think movies make money? Right? Like typically, not always, but typically, it's because people enjoyed them.
Do you think a movie makes $1 billion because shareholders approve it or because people enjoy it?
If it was just about shareholders making, like every movie would make that. What? I'm not trying to call you out or anything. It would suggest you kind of.
I'm not sure what you're saying, but yeah.
Wish you couldn't grow a beard. Sorry. Yeah, it's no worse than how it was during the studio system, and that's the thing. I didn't say it, so I got close, but it's just context, man. Fucking context. That's why my channel originally was called Actual Context. The main thing that I noticed, whether politics, fandom, or whatever, is that whenever I would encounter one of these fucking weird nonsense claims, or even one that sounded legit, and then I would look into it, and I'd go, oh, so they're ignoring or omitting or manipulating context to make this sound this way. And it's just universally true, I think. And it's like the studio, the way the studio is now, the system is now, people will say, oh, it's because Marvel, right? Like, oh, it's just Marvel. And it's like, well, Marvel is both a symptom of, and maybe in some degrees, a factor of, but that's because it is a system and all of these things play a role. And it's not like Marvel somehow did something exploitative to they just started making movies and people loved them. Any studio that would have hit that kind of success with that kind of idea, they would have done the same shit. They were just the first ones to do it and have the bench of characters and stories to pull it off. But like people say, oh, there's all the good independent movies. And it's like, they're all over. They come out on streaming and stuff like that.
Movies too. Top Gun Maverick is still getting
Top Gun
movie there.
It's a fucking independent movie made by an independent studio, as Critical Drinker wisely pointed out, because he's an expert on film. Tom Cruise is out there repping the indie crowd,
that little indie studio, Paramount, something like that.
Yeah, I mean, no, the fact is that it takes, and I think we can all kind of, to some degree, feel this. And look, we are responsible as well. People acting like the system has somehow changed without the audience playing a role are silly. I don't want to go to movies as much. Well, let's talk about pre-pandemic, because that changes everything. But like pre-pandemic, I was where I didn't want to spend money on a whole movie situation unless it was something that I was relatively sure I was going to enjoy. Because if you don't have a lot of disposable income, you got to make calls. And it's like, either I'd go see a Marvel movie the night they came out, or something like, would come out, Mission Impossible. And I go, oh, I'm probably going to enjoy that, and I'll spend the money. But like if there's something I'm like, I don't know, that could go either way, I'll just wait. And then streaming as well. Streaming has played a fucking huge role in all this. It's like you can make money. I mean, you can make movies without having to go through all the fucking the hassle of the studio systems the way that they were. Netflix will just give anybody money apparently. Which, by the way, I just finished Ozark. Have you watched that fucking show? Holy shit!
I've not seen Ozark.
It's fucking great. I don't know if you like Breaking Bad at all. I would recommend Ozark. It's like that, but then they take everything, a lot of elements, in a completely different direction, and it's fucking great. Anyway, so yeah, good job Netflix on that one. Didn't cancel after the first season. Fucking shitheads.
I mean, yeah, I don't know if Top Gun Maverick counts as a success story.
Yeah,
it only made
Avatar
like
2
$1.5 billion. It sounds like a bomb to me.
Avatar 2 completely destroyed it, guys. Anytime one movie makes more money than another movie, that other movie is destroyed. It means it's bad. Nobody, ha ha ha. You like that movie? No, not you. Like a bad movie. It was destroyed.
Yeah, that's how come there's only been one successful movie in the history of all cinema. It's the first Avatar. All of their movies are considered failures and bombs.
Yeah, I mean, and that's the thing too, is their trailers can be fucking deceptive too. There's been some trailers that I mean, Suicide Squad 2016, for example, like that is the highlight of just a holy shit, that's a great trailer. Oh no, when you watch the movie.
Well, yeah, the whole story behind that, just like they had the David Ayer had his cut, and then the trailer was successful, so they gave it to the trailer studio to recut that movie, and it felt like it. Oh my god.
Yeah, I mean, I think everybody's habits changed. Like generally, the general movie-going audience, I'm sure some people have gone back as much as they can since vaccines and stuff, but like generally, it gave us all time that we were forced to kind of rethink how we do this, right? Like you had no choice but to go. At first, for me, it was like, oh man, I fucking wish I could see that in theaters. And then HBO Max had their whole year of just like, here's all the stuff day of on streaming, and I'm like, Dune came out like right around my birthday, and I was like, holy shit, I don't have to leave to watch this. That's amazing. And yeah, there's the studio experience that I will always value and will try to get when I can. But that's the thing, is it's like there's a difference between watching some rom-com or just a comedy movie in the theater, and then watching like Dune, which is a fucking sensory experience, and and I want that full experience, and that's the only thing that sucked about that. Maybe when they release it in theaters again, or the second one comes out or whatever, I'll get to. But yeah, I like that whole experience of like my balls are vibrating, and then the sound is loud too.
Yeah, the ball vibration experience is a whole extra charge.
Unrelated. Oh man. Well, I guess Charles isn't making
Yeah,
it.
I guess not. Yeah,
That sucks.
that's a little disappointing.
We love you, Charles. We forgive
Yeah, I
you
hope
for
everything's
leaving us.
okay.
You've left us here all alone.
Oh my god.
Oh, Brie Larson's boobs. Oh, we already talked about that. Never mind.
Oh.
So there was some stuff with what was it? Oh, it was Ed. Pop culture, counterculture was talking about Doomcock the other day.
Yes.
And
I want to go a bit more into it. I have not finished this video yet.
Oh. So I covered him once. In fact, it was the oh, you probably saw it. Yeah, it's on the Fandom Initiative
I did see
channel.
that one.
Okay. So when I covered him was this, God, it was so awesome. So good. It was the first time I ever used the term forced adversity, which has taken different forms since then. As in, like, it was initially just when my channel was some politics, some fan stuff, before I realized that YouTube doesn't like that. Well, no, pick a lane. And so I would like just do a video sometimes on just here's what Trump said or some shit. And then so at first I was originally going to do anti-fan stuff, as I call it now, once a month. I was going to just kind of curate videos from Chuds over the course of a month. And then once a month have a big show where I'd like look at different narratives, whatever they're saying and stuff like that. It just kind of, I guess, apply context. And that I named that show Forced Adversity. And that's, I had a friend make me the song and everything, the whole jingle, which I love. And yeah, when it went from there. And that video was about Doomcock, who basically this was one of the reasons, if not the reason, he was kicked out of the Fandom Menace, essentially. Because if you are making claims that are so absurd and wild and stupid that the Fandom Menace wants to distance itself from you, you know, like that's not.
Yeah,
great.
I know. Like me listening to this, I'm still not 100%. I still kind of suspect maybe there's something going on behind the scenes because they just say crazy shit all the time.
Well, he's
that
also
being said, this is pretty crazy. I mean,
also though, I think they probably was some. I'm just kind of guessing here, but like you look at their aesthetic versus his, and they probably felt like he's, you know, he looks pretty fucking stupid and cringe, and like they go for like we're just regular guys being fans kind of vibe, and like I can see how they might have thought that would undermine their approach. And yeah, anyway, he ended up falling for Ket Walski, who apparently is not dead. I had to look that up. It's like he hasn't made videos in forever, but he used to make really great Star Trek content, and he made a video about the first time he talked about it. He was just reporting on it, and that's what I made a video about. Doomcock had fallen for some 4chan bait, an anonymous 4chan post that said that Alex Kurtzman, who is the Kathleen Kennedy of the Star Trek universe,
Kathleen Kennedy. Oh my God!
they have their one person in every single area, right? Like there's always a person. So he was the Kathleen Kennedy of Star Trek, and apparently he had seen a Doomcock video and gotten so angry about what this guy in a fucking toilet mask said about his shows that he punched a hole in the fucking TV in the office, like an 85-inch TV in the secret hideout office. And then yeah. So it just objectively, like on the surface, that's stupid, just beyond stupid.
Yeah.
But so this guy read it in a 4chan post and reported it. I remember he changed his bio on Twitter and on YouTube saying that he's the guy that made Kurtzman punch a hole in his TV. Like he was really, really proud of this shit, man. And, and it's just silly as fuck. But then there was people that apparently had posted it were then later on roasting him in 4chan. Like we put that there because we wanted to see if he would fall for it and make a video about it. And he did. And that's fucking hilarious. And then a video later on, Ketwalski did was like, yeah, okay, some of you figured it out. Some of you already know, but I was part of the group that arranged that whole thing, organized that whole plant, which is just fucking epic. And honestly, well, never mind. I'll save it for off stream. But we should, maybe kind of look into some practical application stuff is what I'm saying. You know what I mean?
Yeah. No, I've thought about that.
If I had the time and the money and whatnot, then not money, but time and just the energy, I thought about it. Like I could probably create a whole account and do a whole thing. And anyway, so point was for all of that was watch that video. Also watch Ed's stream. And then watch this clip from my video from almost 3 years ago now.
Kurtzman saw Doomcock's video after one of the writers shared it with him, and he went on a massive rampage through secret hideout offices.
Wait, so is that echoing for you guys?
No.
Okay. Sometimes on the right, that clip function that it has in our bank of clips, it'll just echo, and I'm not sure why.
Yeah. It gets annoying.
Don't know why. So I didn't want you guys to sit and listen to the whole thing yeah.
Kurtzman saw Doomcock's video after one of the writers shared it with him, and he went on a massive rampage through secret hideout offices. That really set him off. This leak continues. Oh.
real classy content. It's real
Yeah.
sophisticated, classy stuff. You know, I like toilet
Well, I
humor.
mean, he, you know, when you make your mask look so much like a toilet seat, you knew that had to be coming, right?
I mean, we're talking about a guy that believed that 4chan post. No, I don't think he considered it, honestly.
Nah, maybe not. Listen, I want a custom mask, but I want somebody to accidentally take a shit in it one day. Can you design that for me?
You know, that was my goal with that, and that's kind of the spirit that I've kept with the content about this stuff since then. Is like, even if I know I'm too small to actually make it happen, my goal with something like that is I want people, when they see this fucking guy, to think toilet more than anything else. I just want to, you know, a shitty toilet to be associated with his face. And it's worked to some degree, but you know, I still kind of approach things that way.
Yeah, it'd be nice if they all had such an obvious visual cue. I mean, because yeah, that mask is just the dumbest thing ever.
Oh, the other show comic show I didn't fucking get to talk about that I'm doing. This one is going to be an exclusive to Fandom Initiative streams. So if you guys want to catch this one, so there's the comics and anti-fascism thing, which is more of like a historical look at chuds and comics and stuff. And there'll be, you know, it's going to be co-equally, I hope, about comic book lore and the industry and characters and stuff, as well as the real life stuff that relates to it. So, you know, for example, the time that Jack Kirby, you know, some Nazis showed up to the Marvel offices and you know, secretary calls and says, or comes in and says, Jack, there's some Nazis that want to fight you down the street or whatever. And he's like, he gets on the phone. He's like, I'll be right down. And then he hangs up. And then apparently he went down there and they were gone. So, you know, that type of anecdote and others. And then anyway, this one though is going to be more comics, just, you know, and chuds. I'll be honest. It's about chuds. A lot of it is about chuds. Comics in context. You know, we're working out different segments that we'll each do, or, you know, whenever we can or want to, on these streams, so that we all kind of get a voice and a platform and can do our input and whatnot.
Yeah, comics in context with Dane as fuck.
Dane as fuck. I am Dane as fuck. So yeah, each episode will look at a creator, a character, a story arc, or industry practice to see how it lines up with the claims made by the parasitic. So it's basically like when I made videos about Poison Ivy is a fat lesbian, or, you know, whatever, stuff like that, just whatever happens to come up. Or if you support the channel, 3 channels, by supporting one on Patreon, you get to vote on those topics. So yeah, multiverses, you know, we're going to try and hopefully maybe Eric will watch, and I know he watches my content a lot, and maybe he'll learn finally what a multiverse is and a legacy character. And yeah,
Eric, like, comment, subscribe, dude. Glad to have you here.
I mean, he's always commenting like on his videos about me. I don't know why he doesn't comment in the chat and say, hey, what's up?
Yeah.
You know, but Eric, you can
how
support
you guys
us
doing, man?
On Patreon. You know, you got the money. I know you do. You're always talking about it. So
yeah, Eric, go over to Organized Chaos, you know, channel memberships. You can see all the old live streams that I edit down to better versions and make public. But see the crappy ones.
He's actually been covering me so much lately that I'm wondering if it's like, if I'm actually just feeding him content. And that's always been my fear with these guys. That's why I urge caution with like, no, don't just run in to debate them, because you need to make sure that you have control over what happens to some degree, right? Like, because they just want, and he says it, he flat out says it, he wants to monetize his haters. Yeah. So like, and he's not trying to engage in good faith with anybody. He's not trying to, and we'll look at a clip in a second to prove that. But yeah, he's just wanting to, Ethan too, with your debate, it's clear they just want to have be bullies for a minute and give their audience red meat. You know what I mean? Their audiences fucking worship their taints for that type of shit. Just cuss them out. Don't, you know, call them gay or whatever in fruits, and you don't need to engage in any kind of actual you know, argumentation or defend your points. You just say shit. So, and that's why it's and they of course will call me a coward because I won't just immediately debate them. It's like I've proven I'm okay with debate.
I mean, I'm pretty sure Ethan was just hoping I would just start yelling names back at him when he started yelling names at me.
Yeah, I think you really fucking pissed him off by just like keeping cool and not being responsive to his shit. And that's the thing. They want to create a reaction so that they can say you're triggered. And Bob just not being reactive to what Ethan was saying and just kind of like, oh, that's interesting. He didn't know how to handle it in the same way that, you would think that if I'm such a coward and I'm nobody, why does Eric July comment every single fucking time I say something about him? And I've said this, I think last week, but like, he's got 500,000 subs. I've got 6,000. It would be like me commenting and making videos about somebody with 80 fucking subscribers every single time they commented on me. Like, that's pretty pathetic. And I remember he got really upset whenever we just announced a couple of weeks before we did a stream reviewing Isom. He saw that we were going to be reviewing it, and he was that's when he did his whole lie that I built my channel on his name.
Yeah.
And I debunked that. And that's another thing. I told people that had messaged me like, why won't you debate him? I'm like, you tell him to address any of the things that I've already debunked, that I've said, like, just acknowledge that any of them are true and that he's either lying or wrong. And yeah, I'll consider it. But until then, I have no reason to. And after what we're about to look at, I don't think there's really anything that's going to make me want to debate the guy.
And I think, he has zero topics but Isom, which he gives no info off of. And I will also add that I don't think he knows anything about Isom. Like, you would talk to him about Isom. He doesn't seem to know shit. It's like, he's a superhero. Okay, tell me about him. He's a superhero. What are his powers? He's a superhero. It's like, he doesn't fly. That's his powers.
So the way we do this so far, and we're kind of working it out as we go. Like, this is all an experiment how we're doing this, right?
Yeah.
So like, expect that things might change or adapt or whatever. But like, so at first we were doing alternate weeks because Bob and I are the ones with out of the founding three of us that have the streaming kind of routines. And so it was like Bob streams it on his channel for 1 week and I do on mine. And then we kind of just figured we'll see what happens when we try both at once. And it seems to work pretty well. And then, of course, then we get new members and it becomes difficult to schedule for everybody to be on at the same time. So that's when we go, well, let's do a second stream. And that, as we grow, you'll probably see a lot of stuff change. But yeah, you can watch it on here on Bob's channel. If you're watching on Bob's, come over here and give it a like. If you're watching here, go over to Bob's and give it a like. The one thing you definitely should be doing is subscribing to all these fucking channels. All doing good stuff. And hopefully, yeah, you guys are, because we're not asking for money. We're just saying, hey, subscribe to us, share us, engage, talk about stuff with people, so on and so forth.
Fandom Initiative channel. Yeah. I know we've definitely subscribe over there. We're going to get content out there. Jane's doing all that. I've been meaning to break down some streams because there's been some segments I want to break down and get over there, but I'm busy.
The way I've been, sorry.
No, I was just gonna say, yeah, go ahead and like and subscribe over there. And I was thinking, when we get that channel in a good enough shape, maybe we could stream over there at least as well, if not exclusively. We'll see. But yeah.
Yep. I mean, my idea for that channel right now is kind of a deleted scenes, longer form version of stuff, or just some exclusive stuff that won't be anywhere else, right? So like, I've uploaded the full hour compilation of those 3 videos that Perp and I had about bad writing and what does woke mean and stuff like that, and Mauler, that put them out in 3 separate videos on my channel, and then on there I just compiled them. And then like the video I put up the other day about the Doomcock thing. Wait, I'm sorry. Let me rethink this. Yeah. I'm editing so much shit I have to get like what am I doing? The Jim the Casual video it's only like 20 minutes long, but me and Bob had a really good conversation for over an hour about stuff around that. And it's like, so I'm going to kind of, the uncut version, so to speak, is going to go on the Fandom Initiative channel. So if you want a deeper look into, deep dive into that topic and stuff, then you can get it there. So yeah, just kind of deleted scenes, so to speak, and alternate cuts, and then also exclusive content where possible. So if I cut something from a conversation that I'm uploading as a video on my channel, but there's also a little 5-minute piece of kind of a tangent that's actually good on its own, might upload it there. So yeah, that's how it's done, folks, for now.
And the idea for getting shades, I don't know. Maybe if I can get the audio clip from the Who song, so I can play that while maybe then.
Shades, huh? All right.
Yeah. Go for it.
So some crazy shit, man. Both of these things actually are the same topic, more or less, to a point. I got an email from someone who apparently is a fan of what we're doing, and does not like Eric July, who I mentioned earlier, that thinks Eric July is fucking, exploitative grifter piece of shit, bigot, a lot of the same general views as we might have on, and Comicsgate and everything else. This person was very clear about this. But he doesn't fully agree with certain things, and that's, I guess, the tangential topic to this. But what he had emailed me about was asking if I'd seen this clip of Eric July. And actually, at first it was a video, a full stream maybe. And I'm like, I'm hesitant because it's so big that in Google Drive, the only thing I can do is download it. And like, yeah, you got to understand, I'm a little bit hesitant to just download stuff like that from whoever. And so I said, no, can you tell me what it is? Because also, I don't really have the time to just go through this that I don't know what I'm even looking for or what it is. And can you just, be specific a little bit? And he did. And and then he actually made it into a short clip. So if you remember, whenever Little Movie Perp, we played that clip where he went on Eric's stream to debate him, but that debate had been put behind a paywall. And yeah, I do have the audio version. Maybe we could check it out sometime. But yeah, I did find the relevant part for my interest anyway, which is whenever he tried to say Superman is not an alien; he's a humanoid.
Yeah, it's just like dumb.
So dumb, dude.
Okay, so Klingons are humanoids. What?
Right. Yeah, to think that makes them mutually exclusive is like, I don't know, man. Like if you're a nerd and you've really been liking this stuff all your life, you weren't paying attention, I guess. I don't know. So, but that apparently seems to be a pattern with him where, how he says he monetizes haters. I don't think that's accurate. I think he monetizes hate in the sense that he'll bring someone on, he'll berate them and talk shit and say varying degrees of fucking really fucked up stuff. And then he'll put that behind a paywall so that if you really want to see the good shit, you want to see him go after these fucking weirdo fruit SJWs or whatever, you got to pay him money for it. And he's, yeah. Did you watch that clip that I posted, right, Bob?
Yes, I did. It was bad.
It's a whole thing. And so did I have it uploaded here? Where is it? I'm not. What? Okay, I need to upload it.
Oh my god!
It's not good, folks. It's not a good situation. I had all these reasons for being really hesitant to debate him in the first place, and now I think you guys can tell me what you think. If there's any reason to even try to debate somebody like this.
We've introduced you. Again, I don't know who your partner is. I don't know what kind of gay shit y'all got going on, but I didn't agree to.
So, context, somebody had challenged him to a debate or something, or he'd accepted to come on Eric's channel to debate. And then right when it was about to happen or something, the person was like, well, hold on, I'm waiting on my partner. And I don't know any more context about that specifically. Maybe they're a gay couple. Maybe he meant partner in a different context. It's unclear, but what's clear is how Eric took it. And by the way, if you never mind, I'll point it out after we watch it through.
Speak to you and your partner. His answers. Like, first of all, what type of gay ass shit? I don't know what speed dating type of shit that he thinks this is gonna turn into, but.
So even if it is a married couple, why would you? It's basically like a 12-year-old going, "Don't touch me, you're gay." You know, like he's as I said on Twitter, he's a fucking child with shoulder hair. You know.
Why in the fuck would I ever? And it's like that with a lot of these cats, bro. These fucking fruits, man, will sit here and they rely on these be it these. Well, let me say this: we offered him, or they, them, whatever he goes by, maybe. We offered this fucking fruit,
By the way, that's the second time that I've seen him try to be insulting by bringing up the they, them, and it really just actually is more considerate, and it just shows that he's going out of his way, you know, because he's thinking of it. He's thinking of the pronouns, so it's really just forcing adversity to the pronouns. 100%, dude. He's so fucking insecure. Like, Eric, if you're watching this, which I know you've watched a lot of my shit lately, dude, get some help, bro. Like, you are not well. If this is a real reaction, like if this is how you really are, this is not how a fucking grown-ass man should just respond to shit. Like, you're not engaging with any kind of measured rationality and shit, and you don't address any criticisms people make. You know, we make criticisms on Twitter. You call us haters. You say that we're just stupid fucking leftists, and you know, even despite the fact that anybody that's not a paying customer of yours can see that the criticisms are valid in most cases. You know, dude, you are not well. I don't know if being a libertarian this fucking long has just warped your goddamn brain. You're like spending too much time on roads. I don't know, but it's not good. It's only like we're halfway done here.
Them definitely if I've done a video about them in the past. But these fucking fruits, they don't abide by that at all. Fucking fruit. Let me see if I can find even that other guy.
So fruit, that's interesting, right? You know what he wants to say.
Probably another F slur.
I saw a couple of gay people on a couple of gay mutuals on Twitter that were like, after I posted this, they were like, why are all these old timey slurs for gay people so cute? Like, actually, that's pretty cute. Like, oh, I'm a fruit. You know, like,
I didn't even think about it. Yeah. No, I was just saying fruit. Who says fruit? Jesus.
And 70-year-old men, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, this guy's, I mean, I guess he's from Texas. I guess I'd known people to say that back when I lived there. So it's just he all the guy said was apparently, I'm waiting on my partner. I don't know if he even meant I'm waiting on him to come on stream with me. He might have. But either way, how is this a fucking sane way to respond to any of that?
Yeah.
Like, and then even just trying to set up a discussion with this guy led to this, right? Like, what if I said, well, okay, let me, give me a second. I got to get my fucking cat fed or something, which is very likely. And he go, oh, you know, starts calling me a fucking fruit because I need to feed my cat or whatever. Like, this is not somebody who's, you know, we don't have to accept debates from people like this. I don't think we should. I think they should fucking languish over in the corner and fucking whine about it, you know, because when you don't debate him, by the way, which I've refused to do, he becomes obsessed with you like he has with me. And he's watching my fucking videos about him. He's, you know, I guess people are sending it to him. I don't know. He's looking at my tweets. In fact, as I'll point out now, on this screen here, you see who's there kind of blacked out?
Oh, shit. I didn't notice that before.
Yep. And that's why, I mean, like, I guess that maybe this person he's talking to is connected with me somehow. I haven't heard from them specifically if it is. But maybe he just randomly wanted to throw me in, because I think that's what he's doing when he's talking about this other person or something, is throwing me in with these fruits or whatever. It's just, and it reminds me of whenever Ethan couldn't stop saying forced adversity during your debate.
I know.
I really get under these fucking people's skin. I don't. And I mean, I guess that's the goal, right? But like, generally, when you have the platform that these fuckers do, it's so weird to get so fixated on somebody like me criticizing you. I don't understand it.
You see, for me, I'm almost fine with this because I want clips like this where we're seeing like real Eric right here. I want more clips like this. And yeah, his hardcore fan base is gonna be moved by this, but like the average person watches this and they go, "What the fuck's wrong with that guy?"
Yep. He wasn't dropped as a child, but purposely thrown. Yikes. Yeah, fruits are delicious. Fruit bats are fucking cute as hell. Yeah. Who doesn't like a fruit? Yeah, unhinged, man. Like, so either way, what I was trying to say when I was talking directly to Eric is if this is how he really is, that's not good. But if this is just performative, that's kind of not good in a different direction. Like, I think you're muted, Bob. Oh, are you trying to talk? Nope, muted. Something's shorting out, sounds like. Okay.
Yeah, my microphone fell, and I must hit the mute button when it fell. I guess that's good timing. You didn't get the thud sound, so.
No, I heard it.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, fruit's good for you. I don't understand that as a and I'm not going to do the clip. I don't understand it as a fucking insult at all. It's just all it is. The only thing that word acts as is as a signifier that you're singling them out for their sexuality. And as who was it? Lady Fantastic said earlier a minute ago. Yeah, the way he's treating gay people with this is how black people were treated. And in some cases still are, but like definitely pre civil rights era. This is what we mean by a grifter. This is what we mean by these idiots that want to fucking be like, oh, so he's a black man, and you just because you don't like a black man because he has different opinions than you. No. Lots of black people have different opinions than me. I don't like fucking anybody who has opinions that inherently or like implicitly or explicitly aim to remove people's fucking rights and being treated like a human being. I don't like anybody. I don't fucking care what color their skin is or what they got, what junk they got. None of that. I don't care. I don't, they can't fucking comprehend that that's the way we look at it because they don't look at it that way or something. I don't know. It's really always been bizarre to me. But like since the first time I covered this fucking guy, the thing that I got the most was that I was being racist or that, you just don't want to see a black man succeed.
No, for a group of people that scream that they don't like identity politics, they wheel it out so quickly. It's like, wait a minute. I'm actually just judging him by what he says and does. I'm not judging him on anything else. You apparently are, but
Yeah, this is the perfect example, Janice, of like how he calls Miles Morales Peter Darker and says he's a token. He calls everything a token. Calls everything a token, right? That's like, and it's like, dude, if how do you not see? Maybe he does, but that's like I said, he's a libertarian, despite that being an fucking coherent ideology and impractical at least. And so maybe that's just got him all fucked up and stuff. And like when your main drive is the profit motive, you get shit like this. And based on everything I've seen, since I built my channel on this guy, no, I'd never talked about him once until this past summer, and I gained like 700 subs since then. But yes, and everything I've seen leads me to the conclusion that he is just fucking profit driven to the extreme at the expense of honesty, at the expense of any other person, at the expense of just fucking giving people a quality comic book, which we can look at that part of it now if you want.
Oh, God. Well, just to summarize my thoughts on his whole reign.
Oh, that's not right. No.
Well said. Well said.
But yes, comic.
Yep. I don't know what that means, Reggie. Oh, okay. Eric has bigger social capital than comic skaters because he can do a pipeline. Exactly. And that's why about this, I think, in Discord, Reggie, that like that's why Ethan is all up on Eric's nuts right now. And he was like all in for supporting and like, oh, rip if somebody's talking bad about Eric July, I'm coming in to fight his battles for him. Some good guy. No, Ethan Van Sciver is jealous that that he didn't, because as I said before, he spent the last year and a half or more trying to sanitize Comicsgate's image. They actually got less toxic on such a broad degree from what they started out and were the first couple of years. He became less openly fucking terrible. I mean, still terrible, but like when I saw him debate Taylor Talks Comics, I hadn't seen him, talk in a while or anything. And so I was honestly astonished that he was being as civil as he was, because what I was used to was more like how he was with you, which I guess he just accepted now that he cannot sanitize the image of Comicsgate. It's too fucking far. Like anybody that's aware of what Comicsgate is either is a Comicsgater or they know that it's a fucking hate group. Like you can't break through to mainstream success with that. So he's fucking attaching himself to Eric, who, you know what? Props to Eric. He wisely saw, or maybe his boss Glenn Beck pointed it out. I don't know. They were like, you can't, no, if you can do this comic grift, you can't do it connected to Comicsgate. You got to do your own thing. Here, we'll give you the support network, which I'm sure would happen. And then he creates this more sanitized version slightly. It doesn't obviously take much to see what he thinks. But at least he's not calling people the F slur the way that Ethan has, and he's not saying quite as openly shitty things. He's got this air of, somewhat, it's obviously still toxic, but not to the degree that Comicsgate is, which really makes it more insidious.
With the libertarian aspect, I feel like he goes for more of an air of like, hey, I'm the smart one, I'm the thoughtful one. Even though it's not, like all his shit falls apart under scrutiny. But yeah, that seems like what he goes for.
Yep.
You try to own me with roads? No, I got the roads figured out.
Yeah, Debbie, to be clear, I don't know if I'm sure he goes on the other channels sometimes, but he is he's fucking works for the Blaze. He works for Glenn Beck's media corporation, and so this is what I was saying last night about how he's always like these corporations that are, saw someone trying to defend, was that comment you shared, that he's trying to remove comics from this corporate element or whatever? Like,
I don't recall anything like that.
I thought you said that in that weird comment that was shared in Discord.
Oh no, that was Ed.
Oh, okay, that was Ed. Got you. All right, sorry, Ed. Didn't mean to take your thing. Yeah, but it was a comment with an Eric July fan who was saying that he's removing the corporate element, that's removing, I don't remember, some fucking bullshit. I'm like, oh, so you mean the guy who, for one thing, is on YouTube? But okay, we'll give him that because, I am too. But I'm also not trying to remove corporate elements from my comics or whatever. The guy who works for the Blaze, which is a corporation and it has a media network and has fucking funding as fuck. The guy who has, if he stopped talking about Marvel and DC tomorrow, would not sell comics anymore. And I made that point so many times, and it's so fucking important to keep in mind. This guy is a fucking bottom feeder. He's a parasite on comic books, on Marvel, DC, on the fandom, industry, who cannot exist without them. He cannot. The same way that the Fandom Menace, if suddenly things weren't woke anymore or whatever, they would, they'd be gone. He has to, he relies on them almost more than anybody else. Like there are so many independent comic creators and publishers out there that are legit doing it on their fucking own with their own merits. Like here's the fucking talent and the work that we're doing, buy it or not. Like that's, presumably what more of a libertarian fucking approach, because they're not coercing anyone. They're not, which libertarians allegedly hate. And here he is convincing motherfuckers that somehow he's doing this outside of it's outside of the corporate system, sure, but it's completely fucking reliant on it too.
I would love to see Isom's numbers. I want to know how many copies the Blaze bought. I bet you it's not 0.
Yeah, it's fuck, I'm all amped up now. I feel good about that. I have to fucking clip that. Because fuck this guy, man. Like, I have my treatment of him, my words and tone toward him since the start have been commensurate to how him and his audience have been towards me, as well as what I've learned about him. But Like you watched the first video I talked about him, I was pretty fair. All I did was like, hey, look, he works for the Blaze. You can find that information yourself. And then as he responded to that and so on, and I saw how fucking bad faith he is and shit, I'm like, you know what? Gloves are off, man. Like, I don't know if he thinks I'm a fruit because I've been too fucking nice. But thank you. Fruits are delicious. But yeah, dude, you're not fucking with somebody that's going to fucking bully into, backing down from making content about you. So the only thing that you must be doing, and I should keep this in mind, is doing this for your own content purposes, because you got to have a fucking conflict narrative to sell your fucking books. I'm not selling books. If I did, I would do it separately from this fucking content that I make.
Yeah.
I might offer it, but I wouldn't go, don't buy Comicsgate, buy this or whatever. Like, no.
Marvel and DC are woke. Buy my non-woke comic.
when I have a creator on here, like I've had AJ Ampadu, and then slipping his name. I know him as Comedian online. But yeah, he had that Jake Sunrise book. When I have people on here, I always clear with them first. Do you want to talk about any of this stuff or not? Because I don't want it, unless you choose to. I don't want this to be in the same fucking, conversation or breadth of stuff. Because, if I'm bringing somebody on here, they're making comics that I know is good, and I want them to sell them on their merits. But Eric is incapable of doing such a thing. Because he's not talented. Anyway, sorry.
What? There was a comment I wanted to. Oh yeah, Christopher Barker. I call Bull Rippaverse will become a hate group. Just you wait. I would argue it is. It pretty much is. It's under a different painting, but essentially it is. I mean, it is. It's Comicsgate. It's. I don't know. I don't know if he technically is Comicsgate, but he might as well be.
He was. I mean, like you can see who. Even still, he retweets them. Whenever. In fact, let's look at this motherfucker. And I froze on that too. We're going to look at a couple of things if you still got time, Bob.
Yeah, sure.
All right. Let me take a second to pee if you want to talk about something or watch something. I'll be right back.
All right. Well, yeah. So I have this pulled up. So like he might claim not to be Comicsgate, but I feel like the Rippaverse website tells a different story. So, up right now, as the page loads here. Let's see. Probably in the About section. Where is it? He didn't change it, did he? Be in the store. Let's see if I can find it. Maybe it's under contact? That'd be weird. Did he change it? Did he change this? Okay, so when I went to this, and I'm pretty sure it's in my video when I first cover him, he Ethan Van Sciver prominently on the website, and I don't see him anymore. So I have to wonder now if this is some sort of thing where he's trying to visually distance himself from him. That is crazy. Holy shit. Oh, is there a different homepage? I think he's changed the website. Huh. Well, I know everybody's really excited for Isom #2 to come out in the first fiscal quarter of this year, which will be a very exciting time for all of us. I, for one, am hoping to know what his character motivations are, what his powers are, or really anything about him. Because I feel like we spent 96 pages and didn't learn a goddamn thing about him. A crush on Kelly Ripa seems distinctly possible. I could see that. Look, wait, here. Looks like a free comic day issue in the form of Finger Hut catalog. That's the thing. That comic book is $30. That comic book's insanely expensive. It's ridiculous. It's. I do not know how people could buy that. What? That's also one of the things as well. The wait for the Isom of Two Earth event comic. Eric is apparently against multiverses, so I wanted to expect an Earth 2, or maybe he just doesn't understand. Maybe he just doesn't understand it at all, and he would do an Earth 2. Look at Isom's face. Look at Isom's faces. Those are 3 different people. Really? Now you got me curious. Okay, so there. Yeah, no, that doesn't look like the normal Isom face. Yeah. Yeah, okay, so that's supposed to be Isom. That's supposed to be Isom. Yeah, I see what you're saying. That does look like 3 different people. That is weird. Oh, that's not good artwork. It's not good artwork in that comic book at all. I covered it when I talked about that comic book. But yeah, he's yeah, like there's like no movement in that comic book. It feels like everybody's like in a mid-movement stance, but nobody's actually moving. It's a weird comic book. So, Dane.
As I was getting up, I noticed that you were looking for the picture of Ethan Van Sciver from his website, right?
Yeah.
Is it missing?
Remove it? Yeah.
Is it missing?
I can't find it. I remember finding it very easily last time I looked on there.
Well, it's a good thing that whenever me and Perp did our big ass Isom stream, which by the way, if he's mad at me now, I haven't even started uploading shit from that yet. It's there's some fucking zingers in there. But yeah, I did happen to take screenshots all over his fucking website. So
I know I could go through my video and find it on there because I know it was in there.
This was what you're probably talking about here.
Yeah.
This is a virtue signal. This is him saying, "You see these people, you know what they're about. We're buddies. We talk to these people.
Yeah,
you know,
these are the kind of people we're talking to."
Now, I mean, that's kind of odd that he's so vague about what he means by that. What he means is these are our politics, more or less. If you like these people's politics, you're gonna like my politics. But that's okay because he made sure to specifically say all over the website. Maybe he's changed it since then. How political he's always been, how he's always wanted to use his platform and his voice for politics, for making change and stuff like that. You know, if you want, I'm never silent, even when people try to shut me up. I've been shouting my message and spreading my own brand of freedom across the whole world. Together we can make all our voices heard and start influencing real change. Right? He did it with Backwards, his band that as my content, once I start getting it up, will show there's some fucking shadiness going on with how he talks about that too. He did it. He's done it with since he got on YouTube with the Blaze, and then this motherfucker wants us to think that once he started making a comic book, it's like, no, this is not political. That's not. Yeah. I draw a line in the sand when it comes to my comic book. Fuck you.
Yeah.
Like maybe your fucking followers are that stupid, dude. I don't know, or maybe they're just dishonest and they know that he's full of shit. I don't know.
Well, I mean, they have to a degree, because I love how Ethan screams about how Cyberfrog isn't political. And it's like, dude, even if you don't have any politics specifically in that comic book, just by your behavior and what you've done, you've made it one of the most politically divisive things in the universe.
Yep. Saying that you're against political stuff and then framing politics is a very specific thing that it just so happens to be kind of what the right is against. Then, yeah, dude, you're just political. Like, these people just... Like, I think they know that a certain segment of people aren't going to buy it, but then a certain segment is, and that makes it exploitative. You know, like you get people that's how you end up with a bunch of fascists who aren't intentionally fascists. You know, you got people that want to limit the rights of trans people and gay people and stuff, but otherwise they're not. you know, and it's basically they've turned apathy into hate as opposed to hate, if that makes sense. Like, you know, and of course I'm not really a target of a lot of this stuff, so like maybe if somebody feels differently about it, then please let me know. But like, it seems to me that it's not that it matters to you. The result effect is the same, right? Like, I'm not saying it's okay or any better, but like the way that back in the day, it was hatred for like Jews in Nazi Germany. Like, they fucking actively hated them, right? Like, they believe, and now they've taken the apathy that existed with certain people who just like yes, there's definitely a hate too. Don't get me wrong, but like, they've created such a strong fucking bullshit narrative now amongst kind of middle of the road people, because those middle of the road people, they don't really care about these people's struggles, but now they're being told that these people are, they're trying to make you do this and they're doing that and they're enforcing it and they're ruining your fandoms and the media you love and stuff. Well, now I got a problem with it. And it's like kind of backdooring hatred, kind of, you know?
Yeah.
I need to work on how I express that.
Yeah, no, but I get 100% what you're saying, because it's, yeah, no, it's there's a reason why you know, all these people are like, oh, you're just against ideas. Yeah, if your ideas are like, you know, anti-trans people, anti-gay people, anti-women, even anti, you know, anything like that, then yeah, I do not welcome your ideas. You cannot have an inclusive community and have ideas like that.
Hey, what's up, DJ?
It's toxic as fuck. And
did you want to come on? I mean, we'll probably still go for another, I don't know, half hour maybe, if you want to hop on.
Yeah, we got a little bit left.
But no big deal. You know, just join us when you can. He messaged me to say that he might be able to join, I think, on the 18th, so next week. So
okay.
Yeah, add you. Cool. Let me do that. But yeah, just look at this fucking thing on screen right now. Like, and then he wants to say that no, it's not political. Everything this dude is about has been politics. You know, every single artistic endeavor he's done. You know what? You'd be right, Troll Heyman. Sorry. But there's not enough copies in existence for that to happen. It just, you know, there's not enough copies. There's not like, it's not like X-Men #1 or, you know, New Mutants number 98 or whatever Marvel was pumping out way too many copies of in the early 90s.
I mean, $1 bin. I mean, I feel like you're paying too much for it.
Oh,
I
yeah.
mean, the amount of story you get, like, any other $1 bin comic book's going to give you way more story. Not even close. You could probably get, like, if it's a comic book of short stories, you could probably get 3 short stories that will give you more story than Isom #1. 96 pages of almost nothing happening. It is.
DJ, I'm going to send it on Discord just so I don't have to navigate fucking Twitter right now. Whoops.
It's actually already on Discord. You might have to dig through for it.
Oh, I keep forgetting you're in the, the link is in the chat of the general chat of the Fandom Initiative server, DJ. So just grab that. And I'll let you say what you said a minute ago while you're on stream, by the way. Okay, so, and by the way, I know his fans, his audience loves to go, oh, you just love talking about him and stuff. I really don't. I don't like acknowledging that the guy fucking exists, but I am a fucking big comic book fan. I love comic books, and I love the industry, and I care about what happens to the creators in it, to the fans in the community, to the books themselves and stuff like that. Hey, Eric's Reloaded. What's up, man?
Hey.
It's been forever. I haven't actually streamed with Bob, but we follow each other on and I think you've stopped in the chat before too. I remember seeing you in the
I try to stop by if I see you streaming and I'm not too busy. So
yeah.
And you are an official member of the Fandom Initiative now. So
I got my card in the mail, so we're good to go.
Wait, he got a card?
We haven't gotten our dues yet. Did you send that check? Or
I didn't. No, sorry, I didn't send it yet. Sorry.
Okay, well, you're gonna need to get on that. We're real strict on that.
Yeah. You were saying earlier, starting next week, my my schedule is gonna open up a lot, so I'll be available for a lot more streams. So
awesome.
But I caught up on your stream and I was watching I don't know what that clip was from, but I went back. Like, I got home and I was like, let me rewind and see what they were talking about. And so I was listening to that clip that you were showing, and I was like, who uses that slur anymore? Like I don't ever hear that anymore. So
a guy that he wants to skirt around terms of service and still get away with being a hateful piece of shit because it's like his part. It's the centerpiece of his fucking profit. And as I said,
hey, I recognize this page.
Hey, this is it's a good channel. You guys, if you're not subscribed to Eric's Reloaded, you should, because it's good stuff. Especially if you're into like DC media.
I follow the stuff that people stop watching. No, just kidding.
I mean, I was watching your stream and like there's stuff like, I remember season 1 and season 2 of The Flash, but I haven't watched it for a couple of years.
No, I appreciate it. Yeah, I do movie stuff too, but primarily my channel started out as like DC TV content, like stuff on the failed DC streaming service and the CW and the Marvel stuff too. I do that from time to time, but it just depends if there's no show on right now, so we're not really talking about it. But
yeah. No, I mean you cover a pretty good range of stuff. But basically, I would say that your default is to focus on the DC stuff. But whenever something else is in the superhero world comes up, you cover that too. So here's Wakanda Forever. Basically, if you're into that DC CW stuff, man, like Eric's leaving the lights on for you. He's leaving that torch burning.
We got one season of Flash left, so we're gonna make it work.
What are you gonna do after that?
Well, I mean, I've already started like transitioning over to like I have a Twitch stream now I do twice a week, and over there I cover topics that YouTube doesn't like because they're very restrictive over what you can talk about here on YouTube.
Like what?
So like we've talked about essay stuff and things like that, and stuff that YouTube would block that Twitch doesn't care if you talk about it. So I've been doing streams over there. We get a little bit, like, for example, and I'm not going to say it here because again, I know YouTube is really strict, but I live in Virginia. We just had a very traumatic event happen in Virginia with a school, and it was a very young person involved with it. If I would have talked about that here on YouTube, my video would get suppressed. So I've been talking about it over on Twitch. So I've been diversifying a little bit so I can do content over there as well as on YouTube. So on YouTube, it's strictly going to be comic book stuff, and that's all I'm going to talk about really. But with Twitch, I've actually expanded a little bit with my audience. I already have a good bump of subs over there. I mean, actually followers on Twitch, but so for the live streams and things. But over here, I'm going to continue to talk about this stuff. I mean, we have Marvel shows, we have Marvel movies. I'm just going to transition more into the movie content and less of the TV content. But yeah, it'll still be, I'll still be having fun. You know what I mean? So.
Yeah, I mean, I went on that one stream with you, which I actually, now that I think about it, I should just upload the segment of it anyway, at least to the Fandom Initiative channel. That'd be a good spot for that.
Yeah,
nice.
Kinda, it's a good chat. Like just talking about, this was when She-Hulk was coming out, and yeah, you did the math, and that's the kind of shit that I hope we do more of on this channel, where like you did the math on how many, it was basically addressing the MCU thing, right? And is it really an MCU? Even let's set aside the fact that that's why is it bad anyway? But like doing the math on it, and it's just
it was like four. It was like 4 female-led things out of like 14 or 15 projects, and I'm like, that's not a lot. I mean, it just isn't. So,
yep. Yeah. So
we're talking about Eric July. You had some stuff you're gonna say, like the whole fruit thing was just
yeah. I wanted to address real quick a couple of starred saved comments from earlier. I don't know what you mean by that. I mean, it sounds like I don't know what you mean by don't know what real toxic masculinity is. Just generally, would many of you agree or disagree that mainstream movies and shows, along with their fandoms, don't know what real talk? I don't know. I don't agree with that. I think that, I mean, generally,
I'm not even 100% sure what you're saying, because agree or disagree, it's like you go either way.
It's like, for one thing, for me personally anyway, I'm not gonna say agree or disagree to anything that is so general as that.
Yeah,
you're gonna have to give me some specifics, like
what is real toxic masculinity to this person?
That's the other part of it. Yeah.
I mean, like
and based on, honestly, if you're kind of asking that and you're kind of saying that it's just most mainstream movies and shows, then no, I would say no, just because I would say, first of all, I'd say that you probably don't know what it is either, because there's the stuff that I tend to see. If we're talking about She-Hulk or whatever, then yeah, that show understood toxic masculinity pretty well. You know, and if there's a bunch of women telling you what toxic masculinity is, because they're the ones that are typically the recipients of it, but hey, men are fucking victims of toxic masculinity too.
Yes, they are. It's a different thing, but yeah, yeah.
So yeah, I guess I would want to know specifics, and maybe we could talk about that in another stream and get into that specifically. But
maybe they could hit you up and debate you on stream live. And
I know he's been around a bit, and I don't know if he wants to debate necessarily, but like, let's see.
I don't think so. He's usually all right.
So that was a good faith question, is what you're saying?
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
Yes. It was. Yeah, I wouldn't have if I didn't kind of have context for him and stuff, and I just got that randomly, I might have assumed it was not. Blurry Films, I apologize, man. I know we were supposed to, I think, have you on this week, and maybe we can tomorrow. Maybe that can be the thing. You know, yeah, email works, Twitter works, Discord works. You can hit me on Discord. What is my name on there?
I know if you email me, I'll just email you my Discord, and then boom.
It's Dane AF number 3658 on Discord. So add me on there, and we'll get it worked out, man. All right.
It's weird. It's not so bad in my email. Maybe I can filter it better, but like I've stopped sharing my Discord ID because I've started getting trolls in there. I've had to block people, so I don't share that willy-nilly anymore.
Just like in your server, or just coming at you?
No, just people DMing me on Discord, just randomly.
That's why I've been hesitant to do it, but yeah. At some point, I guess I have to deal with the fallout to a degree and figure out how I can adapt and whatnot. But let's see. The moderators are writing for Eric July. What do you mean by that?
That's weird.
What moderators?
Writing, maybe?
No. All right. So, like I was saying, I don't want to be covering Eric July all the time. I'm not doing it I mean, yeah. Okay. This is how all my content is, by the way. People that are like, you're just covering this because it gets you clicks. Well, that's a secondary, that's like the thing that comes along with the reason that I'm covering it. The reason I'm covering it is because he constantly says stupid and or fucking harmful shit to comic books, the community. And lately he's just been nonstop giving me hilarious fucking examples to show that he doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about, or he's just dishonest, or like that clip we watched, he's just a fucking hateful asshole. And so I have two, just since the last time we've talked about him with those cards, and like, oh my God, there's two examples of him just showing more than he intended to. So the
cards are hilarious. The cards,
just the way you phrase that, showing more than he intended to. Is this like an OF advertisement or something? I don't know.
Yeah. Oh, I mean, did you see the graphic? Is that why you're asking that?
No. Just this way you phrase that, it just made me think that maybe my mind go in that direction. Maybe I'm the one here. I don't know.
I just couldn't. I can't help but wonder if you saw this earlier. Let me see. If you caught up with the stream.
Far back.
Well, I just jumped through because I didn't have a lot of time, so I might have missed something.
Okay, here it is. I made this yesterday.
Only scan. That's funny. No, I didn't see that. That's hilarious, though.
If you're a white dude who hates wokeism, I want to fuck you so hard.
Oh my God.
He does. He wants to fuck you out of your money really hard.
He does, but you know what? It's really weird. We looked at a video. I don't remember if I think it was off stream that I had clipped from one of his streams from like a while back. He likes to say, because you weirdos only see value in white characters. And that's such a weird thing to say, because he is the one that constantly defends like the traditional characters, which are primarily white characters. So when he says that, and he says it quite often, I always catch at the end of his videos, like, because you weirdos only see values in white characters. I'm like, what does that even mean?
Hold on 1 second. I'm sorry. Like, that's what you mean. You're talking about our moderators. No. And the reason your fucking comment got deleted, if you said this, is because you said that. What the fuck is wrong with you? I mean, I don't know if maybe you're black yourself, and that's okay generally if coming from you, but I still don't want it fucking necessarily said.
Yeah, that's not appropriate.
There's ways to criticize these people without just resorting to the most abrasive thing you can think of, because that's what they do, and it's it doesn't really serve a lot of function. So yeah, if your messages are getting deleted, that's why. And generally, I don't think we have to answer to you anyway. This is my channel.
There's a million other things you could call him.
I don't know if you're on my channel or Bob's channel now that I think of it. Nope. Sorry. Almost dropped my mic.
Mic drop.
Well, I did that earlier. Okay, like if you're looking for something to call him.
This guy is a grifter.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yep.
There you
go. Dane, before you move on, there's something in my head I want to mention about what you just said that, like, I wanted to wait till you were done. But when you said that people say you're only doing this for the clicks and views, right? That's why you're covering their content.
Why does anybody do anything?
Well, but the thing is, apply that same energy to what they're doing. Like everything they do is for clicks and views. So if you're going to say that if they're going to say that you're covering their content for that reason, then move that goalpost to their channel and say they're only doing it for clicks and views. That's all they have to do. It's right there. It's literally right there.
You're asking that they apply logic. I don't. You're asking a lot. You're.
Thank you for understanding the Purple Lord Leo and Nancy. Thank you for understanding. Yeah. So my attitude was not anger at you as much as just like kind of surprised that you would wonder. Like I come from the South. I know what that word means and what it intends to express when it's used. So even if it's like, I won't even call a guy like Uncle Tom really, because it's just, like there's a racial component to that I don't think is with Eric July, especially. There's really not necessary. That's like the last thing on the list of criticisms that I would mention is like, and he's a black guy who's saying stuff against issues that affect black people. Like there's so much to fucking talk about without even getting
It's one of those things where if you're going there, then that's not an actual argument. Like there's so many actual arguments to make against him. I don't know why you'd go there. That's not an argument.
What? There were two things. Fuck. I'm trying to remember what the other one was now. God, he just keeps giving me gold. So there was the sales, the shipping cost thing, and then there was, what was the other one?
I saw that. Was that a response to someone, or was he just like putting that out there? I didn't see if he was responding to somebody.
That was
no.
Funny,
that's
like,
what he does.
Is that supposed to be an own?
He spends time on Twitter responding to shit people say about him, and little nobodies that would nobody would really even notice if he didn't amplify them, including me. I built my channel on him after all. So there was two, and I'm trying to remember what the fucking other one was.
Remember, I was able to get him to reply to me for a while after I just went to GIFs when I was like done with the conversation. I was just showing him GIFs, and he just kept on replying. It's like, what are you doing? Write a comic book, weren't you?
I'm sorry, I'm gonna have to look at my Twitter to remember what the other one was, because it's like he gives me so much shit I can't keep track.
Did you guys hear? It was on Twitter. I can't find the tweet now. I was just looking for it. Somebody said that that Isom was written by an AI, and they just clipped out the.
Oh God! It reads like it.
And I was like, wait a minute, what? I mean, obviously, there's no literal proof, but they're like, if you look at it, there's certain things about it that make it look as if it was written by an AI. And I was like, maybe.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
Okay, I have found the tweet. Well, yeah, this is it. Let me pull it up. It's on the wrong thing. Hold on.
Man, you just keep looking for excuses to show people his website, Bob. Are you fucking
check
enemy
out
agent?
Isom, man. Isom's great, guys.
By the way, is there a date for Isom #2? Is there an official release date for that?
There is.
Fiscal quarter.
It's Q1. You know how
right. That's right.
You know how comic books always put the fiscal quarter on the fucking cover, right?
Not bi-monthly or monthly. It's always on the quarter. Yeah.
I think that reminds me of what the other thing was. So,
but yeah,
I can't even believe this guy.
You leftists are so economically illiterate. Haha. Custom rip reverse boxes didn't just pop up out of nowhere. We spent over $30,000 for custom boxes We also lost money in shipping over the course of the campaign versus what we charge customers.
Okay, that was what I missed then. I missed that tweet.
I still have to wonder, like, what do you put aside? Because, like, $30 an issue. Like, I cannot think of a more expensive comic book. Like, a single issue for $30. What?
Yeah.
What do you put aside for shipping when you?
Yeah. So they lost money. How do you lose money in shipping for that?
Well, so that's the thing. Okay, I found the other one.
I assume it's a calculation. Yeah.
Okay.
But I assume he put aside a certain amount per issue for shipping, and then he overspent on that amount, which I'm sure he made up on because it's fucking $30.
Because he overcharged for the comic. So yeah, I mean, most likely.
Sure.
Fuck you, Twitter, for not letting me just easily download this in a format that's easy. Anyway, so yeah, Taylor from Taylor Talks Comics sent me this other one, and we'll get back to the shipping thing. But this one came first, and holy shit, man! If you watched my New Year's Eve stream where Charles was on, Willis Credia, and we found out live on stream that the store that he had mentioned shouted out the day before, or a few days before, that was like the comic shops that chose to carry Isom made a lot of money. Mm-hmm. And he shouted out it's this one specific store in Melbourne, Florida, which is like, it's Trump country. So like, fine, he made them good money. Cool. But like, then as I'm talking about it on stream, Matt Jarbo actually was like, I just looked on Google and that place is shut down. And I'm like, whoa, my first thought is he must have just lied. He just lied about this store because it's already closed. No, they closed down the day after he tweeted that. And it had been known as far as their Facebook and stuff. I can see that they at least made it public at least a month and a half prior to closing that they were going to be closing on December 24th. And so Eric July used their fucking name and talked about how much money he made them with his comic. Didn't even mention the fact that this, little locally owned comic shop was shutting down the next day. Not even like, man, it sucks you got, I'm not expecting them to fucking save it or anything like that, but just not even they're shutting down tomorrow. I wanted you guys to know, appreciate something, just something that shows you give a fuck about anything outside your own fucking profit motive in when it comes to comics. And then, and then kind of I posted a whole thing about how it's just, you look at his content and so much of it is about money. When he talks about customers, he calls them purchasers. When he talks about when it's releasing, he talks about fiscal quarters. It's, and he just rates everything by sales. He's even got some videos and stuff where he's talking about how the only metric that matters with a comic isn't critics, it's sales. And I don't know.
The other thing he likes to do, and it drives me nuts, is it's not a campaign; it's a pre-sale.
Yeah.
Then why are there goals? What the what?
Yeah, they said it wasn't a crowdfund thing. Yeah. It is. Now maybe he had some investor, maybe Glenn Beck, since that's his boss. I don't know. Put some money into getting, because he did have them made already, basically when he started selling them, where he was like, they're in production kind of thing. Whereas like, Ethan Van Sciver still, as far as I know, hasn't gotten out Comic Key fundraised for over 2 years ago. So in that way,
it's done. But yeah,
he
I haven't heard
said
anything
that
about it.
But it was different in that way that the book actually came out relatively when he said it was supposed to, a little bit delayed. But you know what? I won't even criticize that because it's a fucking, it's a indie project, so to speak. But yeah, I think there was some a kind of infusion of cash initially to kind of just a capital investment, and that the money that he made off of the sales, the pre-orders, in that way, I guess he's kind of being honest by calling them pre-orders, right? I don't know. Anyway, so this was another thing that came out that, holy shit, man. So somebody had asked him, what books do you enjoy? Drop some comic titles on me, man. I'm looking for some recommendations. Isom #1. And come on, man. Do you even like Comics Week? What do you mean? And that's my recommendation. If you follow any comic book creators and you ever see them give their recommendations or you ask for their recommendations, they will probably be able to rattle off a list of fucking great shit. And a lot of it's stuff you hadn't heard of because they're trying to support other indie creators and comics and stuff. And then, yeah, maybe you say jokingly kind of or whatever. If it was me, I'd be like, all that. And then, hey, you should check out my comic too. Whatever. That's fine.
Yeah.
But like,
yeah.
Sorry, I'm going to have to close this so I don't show my DMs to everybody before I change pictures.
I also want to point out, isn't it a little weird that someone like Eric, who seems to be a champion of like these anti-mainstream comic book companies, doesn't have any other independent creators that he likes? Because
no, he
there's
does.
got to be other people out there that he's going to support.
He does. He's about to say them. Once pressed, he did give a few.
Okay, I'm curious to hear.
You're doubting him for no reason here. And means the name titles you enjoy. What is the question so hard for you to answer? Do you actually read comics? What exactly do you need more of? Go grab Hunter Ninja Bear by Chuck Dixon, who is an alt-right, publishes under Arkhaven Press, which is a fucking far-right thing. He writes a QAnon comic book. Inglorious Rex by Shane Davis, who is a fucking comic skater. And Isom #1 by the great Eric July.
Okay. Yeah, I mean,
who calls themselves great? Jesus Christ.
I don't even do that, and my name's Dane, for fuck's sake. So
yeah, your name's Dane as fuck.
I mean, great, Dane. You know what I mean? I could.
But you know what's interesting? What's interesting here is the last part of that goes. I've read less books than I have this past year in my entire life because I had a multi-million-dollar company to launch. The truth in that is, well, I mean, there's obviously he did make money off his campaign, not a pre-sale, but he doesn't read anything. That's the problem. He criticizes stuff, but he doesn't actually read anything. And that's been my issue with a lot of these people in the past. They will do a 5-hour stream on content they haven't even watched. Like it's
yeah. I mean, I don't know, Purple. I'm sorry, I can't keep addressing that. So yeah, Blurry, by the way, you got to be on Discord. That's where we do everything. So get Discord.
It's free.
It's free, and it's you've got part of the whole initiative thing is we have a whole resource hub and support network, and that's where we communicate and organize and whatnot. Got to be in there. I guess we should make sure to tell people in the future that is a requisite. Anyway, no, you're 100% right. He doesn't fucking care. He doesn't read comics, and it's almost like not reading comics is the benefit for him. Because then, I've talked about before how he does the, Miles is a weak character. He's just like Peter, but black kind of thing. And it's like, clearly you've never read any fucking Miles Morales comics. He is not like Peter whatsoever. It's not just a skin color thing. But then people think that because he presents himself as a fucking real comics expert and fan and shit. And then so he convinces other people who don't read comics, but I guess care enough to have an opinion, that's the case. And that's what pisses me off. That's why I cover the guy, because he's fucking harmful. And he, even just on outside of the ethical considerations of human harm that he causes, which, is the primary thing. Yeah, I just don't like you being fucking shitty with comic books that I love and creators and stuff like that. Just fuck you. Let's see. Then there was this last one. And this, wow. It took you well over an hour to drop 2 other titles than your own, and you drop your own book again. That is super lame. As mentioned, I have a multi-million-dollar business to run. You can call it whatever you want. So the implication there is that he, within a year, which is, to be specific, I guess, within 1 year's time, he didn't read any other comic books that he liked, or and like we know that he didn't, but I'm just saying, like, I'm using it to highlight what his priorities are. Right. It's not comics, it's not the fandom, it's not creators, it's not anything but fucking money.
You know what I just thought about, Dane? If he didn't read anything for a year, what was he talking about in all of his videos? He criticized what Sunspider, he criticized tons of other comics that came out over the course of the year based on what criteria?
Yeah. Well, I mean, maybe just every comic he read was bad. Maybe he's just that guy who like reads nothing but bad comics. Have you thought about that? No, he doesn't read a fucking thing. There's that new pregnant Joker one that's going around now that I really should make a graphic for that or something. That's what I'll probably do tomorrow for Comics in Context, actually, even though I kind of addressed it. I'll get some more context ready. But yeah,
It's almost like it's exactly like the fat poison ivy thing.
Which is exactly like the sun spider thing. Which is exactly like, it's just the same thing. What they do is they exploit the general public's lack of knowledge on these things. So like these are characters that everybody to some degree, most people have some connection to, whether it's from a movie or you used to read comics, but who they're exploiting the most is people who used to read comics and can still consider themselves fans.
Right.
Even though they don't really, and it's like, I'm really hesitant to say anybody's not a fan because I believe that's a problem. Like if you just started reading yesterday, or you just know Spider-Man from a video game and you're like, I'm a Spider-Man fan, I'm not going to be like, no, you're not. But when it comes to this, if you have an uninformed and just kind of like nonstop, incessantly negative opinion of something, and you don't fucking even engage with it or consume it, yeah, that's where I guess my line for a fake fucking fan is.
Well, also there's a platform issue. Like if you're you're just a person that reads comics and you don't like something, that's one thing. But if you're a person that pretends you're reading something, but you don't, and then you get on a huge platform and make it sound like it's something that it's not, then you're purposely misrepresenting the product. It's really weird.
Yeah, it's all about misrepresenting the product. That's the same thing with him and the Fandom Menace, and like every one of these things, they do it the exact same thing, right? They ignore context. They sometimes just flat out lie. They capitalize on people not knowing the details of things, basically, and then you get this whole culture of people like guys we've talked to where they just trust what these YouTubers say, and some of them will admit, I don't even watch the movies.
I just looked. It's really funny. The global comic book market is expected to grow from 15.35 billion this last year to 21.37 billion by 2029. So it's growing.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Manga's killing it.
Yeah, manga is included in that, which is what Eric and these guys will say. It's like, well, manga is like somehow killing, even though you look at the two. Yeah, manga is fucking crazy popular, but that's been a lot of growth in a short amount of time. They also
I noticed that Eric July didn't mention any manga or manga in his like recommendations. So like, I mean,
good point. Good point.
If it's killing it, at least you should have had 5 you could name off the top of your head that are great, right? I mean,
I did make a graphic thing on that, and as well as Bleeding Cool did a really cool, funny kind of satire thing after that, because the Robin book had been canceled like 2 months before that, and they made they made an Onion style article on Bleeding Cool where they were like, this new Robin book is canceled for straight agenda, and it's like shows pictures of Robin kissing a girl and stuff, and it's like just writing it as if it's the same thing, but writing it about straight people instead, and how like that's the reason it was canceled. Great.
Yeah.
And it really just goes
I do get sick of my fiction having a heterosexual agenda.
Oh God,
disgusting. It's
get
really
that fucking shit out of here,
Alucard makes a good point. Manga is the same as comics because they are. That's why separating them and saying that one is better than the other is so weird. It's just Japanese comic books.
Yeah.
I mean, that's why it's included. That's why it's included in the
I've said
sales.
before, if somebody can point to me how the manga doing well negatively affects what they call comic books, which is really they're talking about specifically superhero comics. I'm not going to get upset about it, but like, okay, well, that is a point then, that, okay, it does negatively affect. But if you look at the sales, manga's way up, and then American comic sales go up a little bit each year. And it's like, if anything, there's evidence that manga helps improve the sales of
manga. Also doesn't have a ton of live action properties that are propping it up. Like the reason why people read those is they're made, like the Weekly Shonen Jump was huge for manga, and it put out a lot of great content that became very popular, like Bleach, Naruto, One Piece. All of these things came from that place, and so they have a different way of their content being presented. Like over here, they're worried about putting out $1 billion movies, $100 million movies, whatever. That is what the comics are trying to do. So that's why independent comic creators are so important, because they also are the lifeblood of creation. And so manga just is the business model is completely different than American comics.
The publication model, the business model, it's all, there's a lot of similarities and a lot of differences that just to apply a one-to-one in that way is once again asinine and ignores context. I don't know how to say your name, but yeah, the reason that Isom's colorist, Gabe Eltabe, has that EVS energy is because Gabe was the colorist on the Superman, the Gay John Superman book for the first couple of issues. So about a month before it was officially confirmed that Superman was going to be, I think he's bisexual, Ethan Van Sciver reported it. And then I was like, oh, that's stupid. I think a lot of people are like, Ethan Van Sciver saying something. That's bullshit.
Mm-hmm.
That's just to push his... Turns out, nope, he was right. And how did he know that? Because Gabe Eltabe, who was a colorist on the book, they work on it months in advance. He had told him. And that's why Gabe Eltabe got fired. He didn't quit. He got fired for leaking fucking confidential information about the company he worked for. And he immediately...
As he should.
That would be standard for comic books. They have to keep secrets to a degree because that's part of their story.
And even still, whenever
an entire story,
when it came out, it was super fucking popular. And like the first 6 issues, I think, went to like 4th printing or some shit. Like that is insanely, but no, it's woke and stuff.
I also love how right here I'm framed as the fave. The fave.
What's that?
When you pull up a comment, it's just FAVE. The other thing I wanted to bring up is that with the whole the gay Superboy versus bisexual Superboy, it's a weird thing because the bisexual community, at least the friends that I have in the bisexual community, I'm not speaking for them, this is all just my anecdotal experience with it, is the bisexual men are never straight enough for the straight community and they're never gay enough for the gay community. And for like anti-woke stuff, saying someone is bisexual isn't harsh enough. They have to be gay because to them that is the ultimate insult. So they push that even further and just erase his bisexuality to make some weird like anti-woke statement. It's really strange.
Yep. I mean, as we saw with Eric July in that clip, even he's done it a couple of times that I've seen where they're so fucking like, I have to try to insult these people's existence somehow, that I've seen twice where he actually says they, them, because to his audience, by mentioning that's just, they're like, but to the actual non-binary people that want to be referred to as such, that's like, oh, thank you for considering that. Like, but so it just goes to show they're going out of their way to say that this is somehow an imposition on them. They're imposing to ask for that, and yet he does it on his own. Anyway, so the other thing, that was just one of them. The other thing, by the way, I did make this. I don't think I've shown it on stream. I had when I launched the Forced Diversity podcast on that channel, which is at Forced Diversity. Go subscribe. Got some cool episodes coming soon, but pretty much the first video, I got a comment from a Ripa fan. And it's like, okay, wait, this person saw my probably New Year's discussion or something, or whatever video, and went to my Twitter, went to my, this YouTube channel, and then decided to go to my 3rd largest YouTube channel, which has under 100 subscribers at this point, just to tell me, and it's like, man, you guys are giving away, like you're so committed to just saying something that you think is going to hurt my feelings or something like that. But all I do is make a meme like this. I followed you, your 3rd largest channel, to call you names because you said mean things about my YouTube daddy on your main channel that's a fraction of his size. I'm very secure in my views, emotionally well regulated, and have a healthy relationship to YouTube. Derp.
Wait, what are you saying? What are you saying?
I'm saying these people are fucking not healthy, man.
Yeah.
I'm saying that this is not
What?
good. Like
that seems reasonable to me.
Yeah.
I think it's silly to comment hateful shit on a video that you disagree with anyway. I don't really ever do it unless.
You know how many times I've stopped at a video and I've left a comment just because? Like never. Like I've never done that.
Very few people, normal people don't. That's why YouTube's comments are just kind of historically known as being fucking toxic cesspit.
I don't leave comments on any of those other guys' channels. I don't, because I'm not over there worried about it. So like, I don't.
I cover these guys fairly often, and I almost never leave a comment unless it's like to like try to get conversation with them or something.
Right.
Just no, that's it.
Well, let me correct that. An irrational, like stalky comment, which is what a lot of these people do. Yeah. So.
Yeah, when it comes to that stuff, like the only thing I can say is,
I love that like 90s. Like
yes, I started messing around with it. I've tried to avoid that aesthetic for the most part because it's just like so common. But I'm like, I don't know, it's fun, man. The music is fun. The fucking colors, I can't help it.
Have you been keeping up with the As drama on Twitter?
Not keeping up. I know that he got booted. We can go into that in a minute. I just wanted to real quick.
Yeah, I actually don't know much about that. Yeah.
If you can you make it on tomorrow, DJ? Or no.
Yeah, I can do tomorrow.
Yeah, cool. Yeah, it's a later stream. Like it's for people to so like Ed can't make it this early in the day and Turf can't make it that late in the day. So
yeah,
we're more content, more chances.
It's that international like audience there that we are international members that we gotta like do everything.
Okay, so here, this was the other day, and this one, holy shit, man. This is what Bob was talking about. You leftists are so economically illiterate. Haha. The custom Ripaverse boxes, which are really nice boxes. Like we commented those, praised those when we covered it on stream. Like that box looks fucking great, man. Like, and I saw several of his fans describing the box more than they described the comic.
I have a physical copy of the comic book. It is well made. I will give him that.
And that speaks to the point here that we're going to get to. And I was telling my girlfriend last night, like, he put a lot of effort and work and high quality materials into everything that was going to be seen and touched by the public, right? Everything else, not so much. But like, and it just goes to show that it's aesthetics over anything else. He doesn't care if the story's good, if people care about the characters or anything. Obviously, you read the thing. I don't know how you can care about the character. It's just like, are people talking about how well made it is? And so many of the fucking reviews that I found when we were researching that stream, and I was going to show those too, that like people were legit praising the fucking materials of the book in the box and stuff like that. Like, okay, cool. Why didn't you put that much into everything else? So here he says,
I mean, it'd be nice if the story was half as nice as the construction of that comic book.
He spent well over $30,000 for custom boxes. Okay, wow. Well, and then lost money in shipping. And this is like the mass. He just says we're economically illiterate, and then immediately just like,
isn't it interesting? He calls it a campaign there.
Oh shit!
Good, well, because it's over. It's over now. Like it doesn't matter.
Good.
And it's just, that just sparked this whole thing where I started thinking about it. And this is what he does. I don't plan to cover the guy this much. It's just I'll see this and I'll go, wait a second. Hold the fuck up. And then I'll think about, I should have had this ready to go, but I don't. When it comes to his shipping and using those boxes and stuff like that, that is impressive. It's great. Like that shows whatever his reason for doing it is. It shows that he wanted to present well to the customer when they got the book in their hands, right? And that's a good thing. However, God damn, my mouse is messing up, so I'll like scroll down and it'll scroll back up. Okay. Well, first I said this.
Yeah. I was laughing at the comment about the Isom cards. Those were hilarious. But
God damn it. I need to cut that.
Those things are hilarious.
I have so much content about him that just needs to be cut into videos, and I'm like, oh my, I can live off of Eric July. I can really build my channel on his name now.
I mean, we could probably do like a 45-minute video on each and every single fucking card because they are hilarious. They are
gold mine, just fucking comedy, fucking gold. All right, so like I said here about this, I said if I was to start a business of which one of the vital components is to ship the products that I make, but I overspent on shipping materials because I wanted the box to look special, losing money despite claiming ultimate profit, well, I'd be a youthful ripperoonie, wouldn't I? And then, of course, he didn't lose money. I think you said that, Bob. He didn't lose, actually.
$30 on I know it's a well-made comic book, but it's not $30 well-made. Get a grip. There you go.
What he probably means is that in the strict calculation of shipping versus, he paid more money.
Yeah, he probably put a certain amount in there, yeah.
If he really made this $3 million fucking dollars, then no, he didn't lose a cent on shipping. So yeah, the unspoken thing here is I'm sure he doesn't want purchasers to consider he's making so much money despite losing on such a basic cost of shipping. He factored that into the absurd price of the products. He could afford to lose $30K because it's not really an overall loss. And you can't have it both ways. You either get to brag about your revenue or play martyr with the shipping costs. Either way, it reveals more than he wants people who send him money to consider.
So wouldn't losing money be considered a bad business practice, which is what he accuses all of these other companies of having, like not understanding business? But he's lost money.
But he's lying. It's ultimately he knows that he's lying in the long term. He doesn't care about what he put into it because he made $3 million fucking dollars, right?
No, literally, the first paragraph is yelling about leftists being economically illiterate, and the second paragraph is him bragging about losing money.
Right.
It's like these don't go together.
Right. Yeah. Whatever it is that he is on, I just give me one day on it and I won't even get on social media so I can live in whatever fantasy that is. I mean, it just
seems fun. Like, any legit criticism of what you do and say, it just bounces off of you.
He wants to be a success and a victim.
Yeah, well, all these guys go for that. It's a recurring pattern with all these guys.
This is a good opportunity to once again promote the series that I've got coming up called Comics and Anti-Fascism, because there is a few commonalities with fascism when it presents, because it's not as easy as to spot as just like they look like Nazis. It's a specific type of thing. Let's see here. There is, oh, not that one. Sorry, wrong one. There we go. So there's that. But another one is, it's a great book. I recommend it. Jason Stanley, Harvard guy. Another one is that, and I said this in the woke graphic that I showed earlier, how it's both everywhere and nobody likes it. You know what I mean? It's the same thing. It's this impossible, dichotomy that's inherent to this, is like, how are the leftists so weak and fragile and feminine, yet they're so powerful and overwhelming?
Exactly.
Everywhere. Like, and that's an inherent thing to fascism, is like they are both weak and strong. The enemy is weak and strong, large and small. Like it doesn't make any sense. Like the how can nobody want this, and yet it keeps happening. And of course, as we said earlier, they create kind of cope narratives like the ESG BlackRock thing. But nonetheless, so that
it's this weird thing, like we must fear them because they're so powerful. But don't worry, we're here to protect you. We're here to save you. Yep. So like, it's this weird thing, like, oh, drag queens reading people books can brainwash them. Well, just take them to Hooters if it's that easy. Like, take them to the story hour and then take them to Hooters for lunch. I mean, it's so weird. It's such a weird, like, so weird.
So this is the one that I really like. Once this clicked about that thing we're just looking at with the shipping, this is what blew my mind. And like, I have to talk about this. Of course I do. So I remember back when the books were still being made. This was 8/20. So what was that? August? Is that 27th this year? Last year? He posted this.
It would be last year, yeah.
All of the cover Bs, and that's the one, by the way, DJ, that's the woke version. Remember? Yeah. You pointed out? Yeah. All of the cover Bs have been signed. Sweet. Things are shipping on time. Like, wait, what? What kind of fucking box are these comic books in? Anybody that knows comics is going to see this and probably like cringe and like want to punch something. To think that this man put comic books, you can see their boat in the center.
Yeah.
You can see that there's spaces on the every side that they're going to definitely slide around and,
I wouldn't be surprised if they completely just dump into that empty space on the side.
Probably so. Yeah, to some degree. There's got to be some, like it's chaos in there, man. That's why fucking comics boxes are comics boxes. And like, this is not just the $30 minimum book. These are the books somebody paid, I don't know how much extra to have written on by this guy who'd never read a comic.
And he got some Walmart storage containers. That's
and it's like a Rubbermaid fucking thing that's just holy shit. And then he gets those super nice, probably those boxes, I imagine, contain the book really safely in there, right? I would imagine. It looks like it probably is very secure in that really pretty box that he overpaid for. And then that just highlights further that he doesn't fucking care about the customers. Like, sorry, I get really upset about this because it's like comics are being destroyed and I don't care how bad it is. I still get upset about it. He doesn't care about them as customers or as comic book fans. And chances are a lot of them don't care about it either as a comic book fan. But to then put it in a box that nicely and safely, securely gets to them in their hands, like he just cares about the presentation of the thing.
Yes,
and then if
exactly.
you look at the materials and everything versus what's actually in it, versus
because it's not really about the comics, right? It's not really about the comics. But the other thing is, this reminds me of something my grandmother used to say, because she was an avid church lady. My grandfather wasn't, totally was not church guy. My grandmother was, but she always commented that they don't care about how they look to everyone until they go to church on Sunday. And that makes me think about this. Like when it's going out to the customer, he cares about what it looks like. But every other day of the week, it doesn't matter. It could be stored in a torn up container somewhere, or, have water dripping on it or something. He doesn't care. It's all about how it looks when it goes out to the customer. It's like, it's this presentation thing. Like you said, it's this performative act that's being done.
I've known, like, I used to be buddies with, I guess I was a kid and they were adults mostly, so I don't think they consider me a buddy, but I thought they were friends. The married co-owners of the comic shop that I went to as a kid, and then my brother and me were friends with their daughters, and I used to want to marry one, and I was like, that's going to be my dream when I marry into this comic book shop business. That's neither here nor there. I know many times that him, and I've talked to a couple others since then, just, different comic shop owners who they would get a shipment and the books would be kind of fucking damaged and fucked up and or even just like slightly bent, and they'd be really upset. And, to think that, like, if you want to buy a comic and not worry about the condition it's kept in, that's your prerogative. It's not like against the law. Like, you roll it up, put it in your back pocket like the kids used to do back in the day. Who cares? But not take comics out of it. Just think of any product that you're paying a premium for, right? And you care about it, and before they even fucking get that to you, they're not respecting the condition of it in almost any way. Like, this is just pure fucking laziness, or just doesn't care. It's hard to think that he doesn't understand what comic book boxes are and the purpose for them.
You would think a diehard comic book fan would know what comic book boxes are. You see them in every comic book shop you go into.
Yep. I mean, yeah, he's not a real comic book fan. I hate to say it. But 100%, he doesn't care about his own comic at all. Yeah, no, he doesn't care about the customers, that's for sure. But even just as a distributor, as a publisher, this is a fucking fail. So let's see. That's shipping, distributing, publishing, story, art, public, relations and stuff. Like, he's basically fucked up on all of it and still made allegedly millions of dollars.
Right. I have a question, because you've really dug into this before I make this comment. When it comes to Isom, is it, from what I've seen online, the characters, a lot of the story has not been done yet? Like it's very surface level. Like, this is where they live, this is who they are, this is not even their powers, this is what they do in the comic or whatever. That's it, right? There's nothing really that's been
96 pages. I can't tell you his character motivations. His powers are he can't fly.
Okay,
but he's strong. He's strong, right? Like, doesn't he have some level of strength, right?
It seems like he's a decent fighter at least, but yeah.
Because I'm going to be completely straightforward. I can't comment on, like, the quality of the entire comic, because I've only seen, like, random pages of it, so I don't know the whole story. The cards are hilarious, though. By the way, I've seen all the cards. Cards are hilarious. But my question is, if the story and the canon is so important for these comics, then why go out of your way to make a diverse group of characters as your lead characters with literally no story behind it? Like that, because
it's not about that.
Right. I mean, I feel like, again, it's like doing everything that you accuse the other companies of doing, but even worse, because that's not what they're doing. Like the whole Sunspider thing. Oh, we're just putting this out because, we want to have a disabled, was it with the character trans? I believe the character was trans, or under the queer umbrella, this disabled Sunspider character or whatever, that, by the way, was only in like a couple of pages of this comic. That has nothing behind it. But we find out that the creator of that character created that character to represent them in a comic book, to give disability a visual and story behind it in a comic, whereas his stories literally just have diverse characters with no story whatsoever, which is what he claims all the other companies are doing.
I do have to look. I have to push back, and I have to admit that I was wrong about something, because like he does have some cool powers. All right, like it's.
Oh, true.
I've got a. I don't know if you guys have seen this. It's maybe like a page that you had to pay extra for or something, but like, yeah, this one's pretty cool. So here's a panel from the comic. I don't understand it. He doesn't understand it. Our hero has many amazing powers, though most are unclear at this time. One thing he does understand is he has one vulnerability: his inability to walk down steps. He has never understood it. The concept of descending stairs is beyond him. He lifts his foot far too high, knee bent as if he's avoiding dog shit, courting disaster. His one hope, and it's a long shot, charge ahead and hit the throttle on his imaginary motorcycle. Vroom, vroom.
Damn, so much character depth. I missed it.
I know, man. That's
it's
super
layered.
I take back everything I said. That represents so much for me in terms of the character.
I can't wait for Isom number 2.
It's thick.
By the way,
the first fiscal
I'm
quarter.
curious what your guys' predictions are, because based on the way comics go, the reason why we get so many reboots and number ones is because obviously they make more money than pretty much anything else, just regularly. Do you think we're going to see a downgrade of sales on Isom 2, 3, 4, 5? Okay.
I'm guessing Isom number 2 will probably do maybe a third of the numbers.
I predicted that before the book was ever out, honestly, like, because I have a clip of it.
It's easy to predict either way, because number 1's always do better.
Predicting it.
Yeah.
No, it is.
No,
it's like
number 2s are the bestseller. Number 2.
Because if you operate from the premise that obviously this is not for comics. So you look at the people that you can easily find people who have bought them saying that they have either not bought comics before or not in decades. And so like that also highlights how he talks about how he's, competing with Marvel or something. It's like, that's, even if you were, you're not. Like, even if you're selling to the same people, you're not competing with them. They don't notice you, but like, he's not, he's poaching people that have a vague interest, or did used to have an interest. And now they found this guy who's like got the politics they like, essentially. And they give them reasons not to think they're racist when they are.
Well, the reason why I even bring that up is because I'm wondering how they're going to address that moving forward, because their entire argument is that Marvel and DC sales decline. So if Marvel and DC sales are declining, to them, that equals not good. So what happens when that starts inevitably happening with Isom? Like, what's going to be how would they continue to talk bad about Marvel and DC if they're experiencing the same?
Because they didn't make it for the money. They made it for the quality.
Oh, okay.
That's it. You nailed it. I'm trying to find that clip just because it says it in a succinct way, because I'm stupid now and I already said it. Fuck.
Well, real quick, I did want to address this. Like, you're saying Invincible is better than Isom. I don't know where you're judging that from, because like Invincible actually has like character motivations and actual characters that you get to know.
Did you see the motorcycle thing?
Yeah, because Isom is a mystery box of fucking everything. You know nothing. That's why it's great. You just got mystery box everything in your book, down to your character motivations. Everything has to be mystery boxed. That's how you make a great book.
There's a way to, you can tell by reading this that he doesn't have it worked out yet. Like, this is not a mystery box where there be some intriguing thing that's going to be revealed later and it's already planned out or anything. No, not at all.
He was doing Twitter polls about superhero powers. It's
that's
like,
why I was asking.
Serious?
I saw that, and that's why I was asking, because I obviously haven't read the comic. So I'm like, why are we asking what the powers are? Like, is it because we need to figure out what the powers are?
Yeah, you should know this, dude.
Ryan, it's Vickyverse. What's up? I'm buying the book to support you. People will be back in the next one, but we'll lose interest by the time 3 rolls around. Yeah, I mean, essentially. And then Ryan, yep. If it comes to that, if it gets to the point where he has to address it, that's what he'll probably do, or play victim. You know what I mean? But generally, Here's what I said about it back in the Sun Spider video, and this I agree with this still.
It's clobbering time.
After issue number 1 of Isom, I guarantee you the sales are going to dip dramatically. Every issue after, it's going to fall. And the reason for that is because, I mean, for one thing, even just Marvel, DC, or whatever, number 1 issues of things sell way more than anything else, which is the reason that they're always rebooting to number 1 or starting new runs at number 1. Aside from that, his sales are going to dip for subsequent issues because a lot of people are not buying a comic book. They're paying him to own the left. They bought a comic book, yeah, but that's not the main thing that they really wanted. They're going to get the comic. They're going to talk about it like it's the best thing ever, sure. But really, what's driving those sales at this point is sticking it to the woke mainstream comics industry or whatever it is, right? That's what's driving it. Once they've done that one time, a great many of those people will not pay for another thing from him. They will feel like they've already done the thing, sent the message to the woke media or whatever. They won't continue doing that. I'm promising you. I'm promising you.
There you have it.
You're mute, man.
Somebody pointed out to me at one point, I need to see if I can find it. Maybe Vicky, you or where, that basically, I mean, it makes sense to like every comic. Yeah, I mean, there's only like 60 something thousand. I don't remember exactly the number of copies that the number 1 was printed at, but every subsequent issue is going to have fewer copies printed. And it's like he understands. And basically, I don't think that this grift is meant to last longer than, I mean, I'm sure he'd like to go as long as possible, but like he's got it kind of built in to where when it's done, it's done. You know, that's another thing about not knowing anything about the character and where the story's going to go and not really establishing anything that you can latch onto is that basically if after issue 3, like Vicky said, you know, nobody's buying them, he can go, well, I always meant to end it with issue 4. So you better get this final issue. And, you know, then he'll grab the bag and get out. You know, it's all about getting the bag. Anyway.
So both of you guys have read the whole comic, right?
Bob has.
Yeah,
Bob,
I was about ready to say, I think Dane and Perp just read part of it.
Tapped out at like 30 pages.
It took me a couple days. It's a chore. It is boring.
Yeah.
I think Dane, he's about ready to bring it up. It's anti-woke. Are you tired of being woke? This will put you to sleep, man. It is anti-woke.
Oh, man.
Best selling. Just trust us. Why would we lie to you? Who said we lied? Those woke weirdos? Those fruits?
Are there any plans to release other comics in that that universe, I guess, the Rippaverse, or is it just Isom?
Apparently there's 3 comic books planned in the Rippaverse for next year over the fiscal quarters.
Yara is probably one of them, obviously, because
he's definitely like trying to see how well, like he's gauging interest on all this stuff, which honestly isn't a bad tactic generally.
No, I assume anybody launching a business would be doing that.
But like he's kind of, it's all a lot of stuff that he does generally, like, you know, because there's the YouTube way and the Twitter way that he communicates, which is just obviously shitty. But then there's like, if you watch his announcement video and some other stuff where it's just like, you can tell he's putting on his businessman cap and he's trying to be, he's still saying functionally the same stuff, but he's being more vague about what he means and just like using different, you know, respect the fans type terms and stuff like that. So yeah, it's I don't know where I was going with that. I'm sorry. I've got my ranting done on this guy today. So,
all right. Well, I just dug up low factoid. Yes.
Thank you, Vicky.
The other one is just the Rippaverse.
Well, the whole universe is called the Rippaverse, I believe.
Oh, sure the other is okay. So it's just in the Rippaverse. Got it. All right.
Yeah.
So. Yeah, it's pretty cringe. The whole thing.
No, just
okay.
It's not directly related, but I know he likes to talk about how he sold this comic book. So I thought I'd bring up The best-selling comic book of all time. X-Men Volume 2, number 1 from 1991.
I remember that
It
comic.
sold over. Yeah, I remember. I got.
I had every cover.
The 1C, and then I just got the 1E, the one.
I was a huge Jim Lee fan back then. I had to have every cover, so I.
Who wasn't? And like,
Jim
and
Lee
that was
Chris Claremont, man.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
So
It's
I
a
talked
decent
about.
comic, too.
It is. It really. It's a good. Kind of.
Although I was more of a Mark Silvestri fan. I like Mark Silvestri's era of.
Get out of here! You're out of the initiative. You're out. No, yeah, I mean they're both fucking great, man. Those comics all like formed. They were my formative years. Yeah, we're gonna end here in about 10 minutes or so. But just generally. Oh yeah, I was gonna say that. So the series that I'm gonna be doing soon, Comics in Context. It's basically going to be partly inspired by, as I talked about on New Year's Eve stream, I started with talking about Eric July. I've been reading this American Comic Book Chronicles book on the 1990s. They have one for every decade. This is a fucking like just premium quality, like writing, research, and it's fucking great. And it's so exhaustive because it goes year by year from the 90s through the 90s. And it'll say, well, this is what Marvel was thinking internally, or DC, what they were thinking, what the editors were thinking when they did this. And then it'll just flow, the narrative flows into, here's what happened in that comic book storyline and how it affected the characters. And it treats that just as fucking respectfully as if they're talking about real stuff. And then it'll go into, here's the result. And it's just like so fucking masterfully written, as like it's everything a comic book fan from the 90s that wants to learn all this stuff would want to read. And what it did was it started getting me thinking in more detail that so much of the stuff that Eric and even Comicsgate or whatever do and say these days, yeah, I mean, the bigotry is more open and shitty and stuff like that. But the tactics that is not, it's almost like they looked at the Image founder, approach. And we're like, we can do that in our own way. We're infamously the big stars of Marvel and DC back then, Rob Liefeld, Jim Lee, Silvestri, Eric Larson, several guys. They decided, you know what, we're making these companies a shitload of money because we've become this kind of new rock star version of a comic artist. And we want to get paid more. And that's honestly not a bad impulse, I suppose, because they have, Marvel sells shitloads more copies. They don't see any extra money from that.
Right.
And that's a problem that goes on today, that there's no royalty system to that really for creators that are, it should be a little bit more socialistic is what I'm trying to say. Where the quality of your labor is, is paid for. Anyway, so, but these guys did that, except this is from the opposite angle with many of them, like Ethan, who was an artist, but like he couldn't get stuff out on time and he kind of just, was boring with his art. And then it just people who feel entitled to still be in the industry, like Shane Davis and Gabe Eltabe, and then people who wish they could have been in the industry, but apparently didn't have the talent, like Eric July. So it's like the same tactic, but instead of being based on success, it's based on failure. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Like, and I really want to get into stuff like that when it comes to this series, because this whole book, I'm about to finish it. I'm on 1999, and it's been fucking illuminating just for several reasons. Partly because that's the years a lot of people got into comics, and it was a very unprecedented decade for comic books.
Ooh, I feel really old. I started reading comics in the early 80s. So.
Oh no, nah, you're good.
Oh my god.
We have an age limit.
I'm sorry, I'm out. Fortunately,
yeah. It's just so I can't wait to dig into some of those anecdotes from that thing and just.
Are we covering Rob Liefeld?
Oh God, yes.
Oh God.
I've learned so much stuff about him. I've learned some stuff just in this book that makes me want to do a whole video on him.
Yeah.
Because
I know I've been wanting to work out to get my head really tiny and get my pectoral muscles just really bulging up here.
I can't do it. That's not gonna happen.
Somebody was asking,
physically possible.
Somebody asked in my Discord a while back, is Rob Liefeld a chud? And I was like, no, not like in the way that we think of it, but I think basically Rob's success is the only thing that keeps him from being a chud. The fact that he was so successful early on and he made a shitload of money. He was the most paid comic book artist ever, and before he was 20, basically 21, was a millionaire. And then he's basically just kind of failed his way through life since then, and not gotten any better, but still Marvel every once in a while will say, hey, you want to draw this cover for us, and we'll get him a few extra copies sold. But basically, if he wasn't still benefiting from his success in the 90s, I bet he would be a chud. I bet he would be like full on Comicsgate, like if he just had nothing to lose. And that's, I don't have anything to support that exactly. It's just a theory, but
I don't know. I mean, Chuck Dixon was hugely successful, and
but he wasn't. He wasn't hugely successful like Rob Liefeld was. Chuck Dixon didn't make millions of dollars writing Batman comics. So, I mean, Chuck Dixon created Tim Drake, fucking Bane. Like so many of these iconic Batman characters. He's the most prolific Batman writer ever, I think.
Yeah.
And then he didn't see any extra money from it, and then suddenly, he's not getting as much work when he was getting a bunch of work, and that's how the comics industry goes. But yeah, I think there's an entitlement there.
Gosh, now I'm gonna have to go through and look up some of my favorite artists and see where they're at now, because some of them aren't doing anything anymore, really.
Bye, Vicky. Thank you. Yeah, we're gonna take off here in a minute. Unless you guys got anything you want to talk about, feel free. Otherwise, I'll just respond to some comments for the next few minutes.
Well, you go ahead, wrap it up.
All right. Did I miss anything here? Good. I do tell them. I tell them stuff all the time. Okay, so napkin math. Ryan says that Eric July made about $1 million in profit after tax, which he considered, because that motherfucker hates him some taxes.
Yeah.
He hasn't said what the other book is.
He doesn't.
Yeah, that's another thing. Look, if I get the chance, that's something I'm curious about, honestly. If anybody watches Red Letter Media, they just did a video on the movie Nuki. And honestly, I don't watch all their stuff all the time anymore, but sometimes. And this video is their best in years. I believe that, because it's not just about the movie Nuki that they watch. It's about this weird VHS aftermarket that apparently, there's a lot of people that
I didn't even know existed.
Well, there's people that question if it really does, or if it's kind of like just an astroturfed kind of inorganic thing, to create the idea of the scarcity equals value thing. I kind of feel like there's some of that going on with Isom. I don't know. Maybe you guys know eBay better than me, but I can't find where you can tell how long something has been up for sale.
Right.
But if I could find out certain information, I would apply it to several of these postings on eBay. There's one guy that I found selling it for a lot of money. And he's also sold Cyberfrog, and it's basically any conservative media, he's put it up on there.
Yeah.
And just these types of things make me think, I think this is a fucking false kind of scarcity value market that they might be creating.
I mean, I see an Isom right now on eBay for $500 for a signed issue.
Yep. I don't know. Maybe one day I'll have the ability to do that kind of a kind of research and dig into it, but I've got too much editing right now. Later, Blurry. Yeah, I'd love to ask him stuff like that, right? And this is where he would just call me a fruit and start yelling, right? He's not going to answer that kind of question in any satisfactory way. Yeah,
I would definitely love to ask him, though.
Also, there's interestingly, I saw a #1 from him and a #1 from Chuck Dixon packaged together to be sold on eBay.
It's a chud double.
Yeah.
A chubble. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying. I want to see how long those sit there, because if they're just sitting there and nobody's actually buying these copies, it's one of two things. It's
essentially inflating the market. Yeah.
Yep. Creating this false sense of wow, whoa, it's selling for $500 on eBay. The same kind of people that will believe just whatever bullshit he says will definitely believe that that's some kind of indicator of value. Anyway, so you guys should subscribe to both of these fine gentlemen. If you're watching on Bob's stream, you probably already subscribed. Yeah, tomorrow. What'd you say here? Did I miss a comment? At 6 p.m. What's that?
What is that? 6 p.m. tomorrow? Is that the stream time?
Are you saying you're going to be a half hour late, Ed?
Oh, okay.
That might be all he's saying.
Ed is streaming in half an hour. And yeah, I'll drop that link in chat. So you guys can, if you want to watch more.
Oh, okay. He's
content,
okay.
You can just pop right over there and support that fucking guy. Ed, if you think it would
more streaming,
if you think it would help you, get your stream more seen, I don't mind hanging around another half hour and chilling, so I can send people directly there. Depends if you think that would help out. Because more people need to see your shit. You do good stuff, and we're gonna do some pretty awesome stuff soon. Whoopsie.
All right, well, I have to head out. I have a gig tonight, so I'm gonna get out of here and go do that. Thank you for having me. It was fun finally being able to join and be a part of the stream.
Literally anytime you,
man.
Yeah,
we're trying to set it up where put in what you can, and not really a minimum expected kind of thing. Just it's not a real super strict commitment. But yeah, have a good night, man.
Thanks for the chat, and nice chatting with you finally, Bob. All right, see y'all later. Have a good night.
Later.
Talk to
you. Ed, your channel is at Pop Counterculture. Ed. Okay, I'm gonna memorize them all. I swear to God. So yeah, here is Ed's link if you guys want to go ahead and go over there now. And Ed, let me know if you think it would help to hang around. I don't mind. Just chilling. So when will the episodes drop on Forced Diversity podcast? Soon. Like I said, I've been behind on stuff. I definitely didn't get as many ready to launch as I planned on. I still do think that taking the time to wait once we started recording is going to be really great, because basically we have close to a dozen episodes that we can release before we have to record another one, but we will be recording more. So it's just having a built-in buffer, and we're going to be doing live streams about stuff too. So I've got plenty of time. If I get sick or whatever, there's not much I can do for this channel. If I go down for some reason, I can maybe do a compilation laying in bed sick or whatever. But it's glad that I built that in there. Thank you to my girlfriend for suggesting that, by the way. Yeah, I will hang out. I'm gonna stay on. You don't have to, Bob. Obviously. What's up?
Yeah, I know. I think I've given up though. I actually have a copy of X-Men #1 signed by Claremont, and I was gonna show it off, but I can't find it now. Kind of drive me nuts. Probably worth less than a signed copy of Isom, though.
Probably. It definitely probably. I don't know. Yeah, I've got a signed friggin' copy of Nova #1 from one of my favorite artists, Addie Granoff, and that's graded and shit.
Nice.
That was pretty penny. I never had any graded comics until the last.
How much does a grading cost? I've never done a grading.
It depends, mainly on how fast you want the return on it. But yeah, it can be. I think maybe somebody can correct me. I think it's in the $150 or so range. What about right-wing movies? Can you talk about it in 30 minutes or less? Yeah, I can. What do you want to know about them? There's not many, because I was looking at this last night to try and support the conversation about the thing that we unfortunately didn't get to. Because I was like, I wonder, because I found this quote by Ben Shapiro when they announced, I think, Terror on the Prairie, when he was like, it's time to destroy the Death Star that is the woke liberal media, Hollywood, whatever it is. And then you find out that Terror on the Prairie made $800 in theaters. It's like, is that what you meant? did you see a different version of Star Wars where the Death Star was really, really tiny? Like, yeah, I mean, I'm sorry, Janice. Like, as we said earlier, we can't, I don't want to, we're trying to do this as a collaborative effort, and it would be really easy for us to just talk about the thing that Charles prepared for, and that is kind of more his specialty, his box office stuff. But that would be kind of shitty too. It's not a big deal. Yeah, basically the movie was only released. I guess we can talk about this part of it. It was only released in one theater.
Aspects of it, yeah.
One theater for one weekend. So even comparing it to stuff is not fair. But that's not the point. Which we're planning on, disclaiming when we talked about it. We know it's an absurd thing to compare that to, Avatar or some shit like that. But the point is, that's what these guys do all the fucking time. They're constantly ignoring context. They're constantly, just, this thing didn't make as much as this, or talking about Black Widow whenever it came out flopped because it didn't make as much money as other Marvel movies, even though it was also released on Disney Plus the same day, and it was just like right after the pandemic and stuff. Like, that was the point of talking about that movie not doing well. Plus the fucking Ben Shapiro movie was already released on their platform for subscribers, paying subscribers.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, people have seen it, and probably a lot of the people who even wanted to have seen it already. And then, yeah, it's just, sorry.
I did a little deep dive into Daily Wire movies a few months ago, only to find out that most of them aren't even really produced by Daily Wire. They just buy rights to them, which is how come they end up with that one Carrie Ells movie, who is somebody who's not a conservative. But they got to use his image to promote the shit out of it. But yeah, and it used to be on their website. You could go and see like a list of the movies available, and they don't even do that now. Now it's all behind a paywall. You can't even look up to see what it is. And God. Yeah, it's all paywalled off.
Well, and not What Is a Woman? That definitely got made the rounds, right? Because they wanted that one too, because that's the propaganda they're pushing.
Yeah, definitely. Well, yeah, that's double propaganda there.
Right. Yeah, but hey, no, they don't. We're tired of politics. Okay, no politics.
Yeah, there's no politics in What Is a Woman.
Unless we're dehumanizing an entire group of people who, are medically and ethically, humanistically supported as being what they are. But no, we don't. We're against that. That's a good idea. Once we start getting, I guess, more traction or whatever, we might find ways to do, maybe I'll add this to my Patreon, now that I think of it. Support at a certain level or whatever, and then because I do consider whatever support I get going to all the stuff I work on, at least for now. If we end up changing things, doing something specific later on, then I'll change it. But like, yeah, maybe we'll do like a private watch party for supporters to just watch some chud movie, or I don't know, and get drunk like we did. Sorry,
I was gonna say, okay, so I found the full list. We got the Wikipedia here. All the Daily Wire movies: Run, Hide, Fight, Shut In, The Hyperions. That's the Carrie Ells one. What Is a Woman? Terror on the Prairie, The Greatest Lie Ever Sold, and My Dinner with Trump. That is it. That is what you are paying a premium service for on the Daily Wire website.
Wow.
A couple of movies. I believe it's $12 a month. It's the cheapest one. Oh boy.
Oh, I put it in Discord, my bad. I had found some stuff yesterday I was gonna look at about this. Don't remember where I put it. Okay. So I found several articles about, we can actually talk about this, Janice. I'm sorry. So Ben Shapiro is a failed screenwriter. That's something to know. Let's see. I don't know how he failed or what exactly he did, but I think he was supposed to be a child actor or something. Like he's a Hollywood kid. His parents were trying to get him, into Hollywood when he was a kid. So it's another one of those cases where it's like you're rejected by an industry that you feel entitled to. So you use that industry's, clout to build your fucking brand another way, right? Let's see. So Ben Shapiro wrote about Glass Onion. First, the writing.
Mhm.
The first half of the
Yeah.
movie is a complete misdirect and a waste of time. Oh, a misdirect. Okay. That's
In a
not good.
mystery? What? In a mystery?
Why would they do that?
My
Why
God.
wouldn't they just tell you exactly what the plot is from the fucking first scene?
How am I supposed to know who the killer is? Come on.
Let's see. So yeah, as this article says, you won't find any spoilers here, but often one of the biggest appeals of a murder mystery is for a viewer is being misdirected. So we are surprised at who the murderer is when it is finally revealed. It's a very basic trope of script writing, but Shapiro appears to have completely forgotten about, which shouldn't have come as a surprise given that he is a failed screenwriter. So let's see. He grew up in LA where both his parents worked in Hollywood. His father was a composer. His mother worked as an executive for a TV company. And a strange coincidence, his cousin is Mara Wilson, who is best known for playing Matilda in the beloved 90s family film.
I did
and then
know that.
Yeah. I'm getting something in my eye as I'm reading. I'm going to close this so I don't look so weird. Yeah. She's like pretty openly left. As a child, Shapiro was a prodigy and graduated from the Yeshiva University High School of Los Angeles in 2000 at 16. Wow. He then went on to graduate from both the University of LA and Harvard by the age of 23, studying political science. In that time, he had set up his own media consulting firm, also written syndicated columns for national newspapers when he was just 17, and written 2 books. Clearly, he had an incredible talent and mind at a very young age. So why isn't he more celebrated as one of America's great intellectuals? Well, it won't take you long to figure out that much of what Shapiro stands for isn't very popular or agreeable. For instance, his book, which was published in 2004, is called Brainwashed: How Universities Indoctrinate America's Youth, and makes bold claims about American universities being run by liberal elites and that students aren't given access to a variety of different points of view or arguments. Yeah, so just right off the bat, this is the problem with being conservative, is like you just have this weird fucking entitlement to think that your perspective should be conveyed equally to perspective that's rooted in science and scientific method and data and fucking ethics and humanism and broader range of understanding. Like what? And ironically, because they don't appreciate those things, they don't understand that those things are, I guess, just inherently better.
No, I was thinking about earlier. It's like so much of our culture and our debates have broken down to, hey, we have this climate scientist who says the Earth and humanity are coming to the point of possible extinction in a few generations. 99% of all scientists agree with them.
Yep.
But on this other hand, we have this crazy YouTuber with a YouTube channel. Let's treat these both equally.
The concept of equal time is what I think they're kind of basing this on. Equal time was a thing I think that was the FCC imposed, where like if you show one perspective on public television or whatever, you have to show the opposing or whatever, or give them time. And it's so fucking stupid. I mean, maybe to some degree it's valid, but like, look, when like you said, that's a perfect example. But yeah, why? And this is the root of why I don't just jump to debate these people, and it's why I fucking block them on Twitter and in my comments if I fucking feel like it, and they get upset about it because they just think that they are entitled to just do and say whatever they want. And you get the same thing on Twitter. They don't understand. Now you got Musk, who has just fucking embraced the whole thing. But the difference between censorship and a fucking a company imposing terms of service the way that any fucking company does. Anyway, this is how they understand speech, basically.
Yeah.
What were you gonna say?
Let's see. have to remember. So yeah, so like just some maniac being treated equal to a scientist, which I could see an argument for if in our society the best ideas always rose to the top and the bad ideas were just like dropped off and forgotten about. If our society worked that way, then I am all for stuff like that. But that is not how it works, unfortunately. I think anybody who saw what happened during the pandemic realizes that this is a shit show, and the best ideas don't always rise to the top, and that's a problem.
Yeah, I mean, it's we kind of talked about this with that woke conversation and Jim video we did. We're like the people that will comment saying, "Well, if they've got 1 million subscribers and you don't, that should tell you something." Like yeah, it tells me that the algorithm is fucked up, and it's really not good. Even barring, if I'm not using myself as an example, so that I'm not sitting here saying that I deserve so much more or whatever. There's so many channels making content that's like genuinely fucking amazing, and they're talented. They've got fucking insightful, things to consider. I said several of them are my friends, and then there's Bob. No, I'm just kidding. And they don't get they don't get the clicks, but what gets the clicks is this woke shit that doesn't tell you anything. It only supports what you already feel, and it makes you feel a certain way and makes you feel superior. And then, like we talked about with that stream we did, it builds someone up so much to think that what they think and say is so fucking great and superior and right and true and factual that they challenge people to debates, get sloppy drunk, say the N-word, and can't even fucking define the words that their views are based on. That's what happens. Yeah. Because of the algorithm, and the algorithm is just a literal example of what you're saying, that the best ideas don't rise to the top, unfortunately. And I used to think that was the case. And this is the type of thing that the right will try to say, no, it's just, you're rewriting reality to fit your agenda. It's like, no, man, it's rewriting our understanding after fucking seeing things play out enough. If that was the case, then why are there Nazis? Pretty sure we all universally as people, for the most part, said after World War II, you know what, that Nazi stuff's not so good. And yet it comes back because that's kind of the premise of why we do this, right, Bob? Is like, you got these people that are exploiting that. And that idea of, if you just see a YouTube video and they got a lot of subscribers or whatever, they must fucking be on some really factual shit. I don't know.
Yeah. Top Gun Maverick being an independent movie and ESG scores dictating how movies get their budget made. It's like so much bullshit.
I mean, it's okay to have empathy for people, Jessica, even shitty people. Honestly, somebody asked me that a while back. Is it okay to have, or should you have empathy for conservatives who are just like, even the hateful ones? And it's like, yeah, there's a difference between having empathy and giving, leeway to.
Yeah, I mean, empathy, I feel like it's a large part of why we're different, because we do have empathy. Like, if one of these guys hits hard time, I may not help them, but I will be like empathetic towards them, even though I know like they put a lot of hate into the world.
Didn't somebody some show just like kill himself or something? Was that what I saw tangentially? I don't know. Never mind. I don't know what happened. And it's like, that's fucking tragic, man. Like, and that's
I know somebody died. I don't know if he killed himself. I know somebody died, and I felt it's like I feel that's terrible. I'm sure it's terrible.
And honestly, the people that they're getting information from and that are confirming their biases, they don't fucking care about them. Do you think Jordan Peterson genuinely cares about the psychological welfare? Maybe he thinks he does. I don't know. Welfare of his audience when he's just spouting out random bullshit, word salad and like, I don't think so. If he does, he doesn't care in a way that's bound by any real ethics or anything. And yet they think this person cares about them. They think Trump cares about them, or they did.
I know.
So they think this guy motherfucker cares a single thing about anybody who doesn't directly fucking benefit him financially.
Yeah, I was about ready to say, Trump does care about them because they might buy some hats from him.
No, it's not. It's not Hell's Only. It's not that. It's not. The example that I gave when somebody asked me this before is, should you have empathy? You ever seen Old Yeller? Everybody knows about Old Yeller, even if you haven't seen it. You know what happens. Old Yeller, the dog, greatest dog in the fucking world, man, gets rabies, and he's rabid. And there's only, at least at that point, I don't know if there's anything different to do now, but yeah, back then it was just like, you got to put him down. And the fucking kid is crying his fucking eyes out. It's breaking his fucking heart, but he does what has to be done. And that's what I think of with empathy in these people. The actions you take to protect yourself and your family should not have anything to do with the empathy that you have for them. The actions should be pragmatic, practical considerations. That's it. But still, there's empathy because they're human beings. And in some ways, some of them are victims, believe it or not. It's true. They're victims of these people that are telling them this shit. People like Eric July, who either, I guess he has to know on some level that what he's doing is bullshit. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
But you got all these grifters just exploiting people who otherwise they might have found a better lifestyle or better form of thought. But no, they got roped into this fucking exploitative bullshit that's telling them that their enemies are these certain people instead of, like we try to do, hey, examine this system and the patterns and see how, like, it's another false equivalency they'll do is think that we just hate them for being like, it's the same hate as hating a black person or whatever for being black. It's like, no, man, because that's why chud, don't use it as much anymore. I still think it's a valid word because you can stop being a chud tomorrow. It's a choice. It really is. You may not think it is yet because you're so deep in the shit, but like, you can't stop being black. You can't stop being trans. You can't stop being gay. You can't stop being a woman. Whatever, you can't. Those are innate qualities. Being a chud is a set of actions and beliefs and rhetoric and words that if you really fucking cared about other human beings and being rational, you would listen to some of the stuff we have to say and take some time to think about it. But, and that's where it's their victims is that they might have the chance to do that if it wasn't for these fucking content creators and politicians and stuff that are just exploiting that, those biases. Anyway.
Yes, I agree with everything you just said. Yes.
Rant.
It's all good. So Trump cards or Isom cards?
I don't know. I'm just fucking. You definitely got to laugh for me, dude. That's fucking hilarious. Like, holy shit. I don't care who are you. Like, are you being sincere or are you making fun of people that say that kind of thing? Because you sound like a parody of that kind of person saying that. Like, I can't believe anybody would legit just say this. Anyway. Sorry. What about the Isom cards?
Oh, no. I was asking, which do you prefer? Trump cards or Isom cards? It's a tough question.
Well,
there's a hilarious aspect to the Trump cards.
I got to address this because I feel like that people are taking this in a weird way. And really, you're taking it the way that your perspective is informing you to. I'm not going to tell you who to have empathy for. Maybe you and I understand empathy in a different way. I don't know. But like, if you've ever felt hate for anything, how can you be empathetic?
Yeah.
I'm not sure what that means now that I look at it again. Do you mean them? Because I've felt hate for stuff and or do you mean me? How can I be empathetic if I'm not sure? Sorry. Point is, I had a, stepfather who fucking abused the shit out of me and my stepmom too and stuff like that. If, whenever my stepfather died, I was kind of bummed out for a minute. At the same time, I understood that it was fucked up that I was bummed out. But the human fucking, how we connect with people and all these emotions, relationship emotions and stuff, even when somebody fucks you over, the practical thing is that I no longer talk to the guy anymore. I hadn't talked to him in years, right? But still, I made a connection with the guy. He was my stepfather. And then whenever he died years later, I'm like, fuck, that was, it's just being a human being. I don't know. Yeah. Okay. How can you not feel it?
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Okay,
Holy shit.
That makes more sense.
One guy's offering covers A, B, and C of Isom for $2,000 on eBay. Jesus Christ.
It's not going to sell.
No, of course not. But they're really trying for that fucking inflated market. Sorry. Back to the cards. Your turn.
So let's see. I think like if we're just going for like the instant gratification, it's probably trump cards. But if we want to do deep dives, it's got to be Isom. Isom, you just like you might look at the Isom cards and be like, oh, that looks normal, but you dive into it and there's layers to it. It's an onion of amazing.
It's a shit onion.
Isom card. Yes.
It's not a glass onion. It's a shit onion.
Yeah.
You peel back one layer of shit. There's just some more shit, maybe some corn. I don't know.
What's in the power section? Oh, her power is purple.
It reminds me of Almost Famous.
Have a trump card.
You ever seen Almost Famous? I love that movie.
Oh,
your aura is purple. Your aura is
Yeah.
purple. All right, Janice. Thank you for hanging around. Sorry if we didn't get to the stuff that you were expecting, but we
tomorrow night. Charles should
tomorrow.
be here tomorrow night.
Yeah, turn the card over to learn more about this character, and then turn it over.
Yeah.
Turn this card over to learn more about the character.
Find out more. Turn around.
Did you want to look at the cards some more? What do you mean? What do you want to do? What in the butt?
What?
Sorry, I'm looking through Discord now to see if there's anything fun. Ed, let us know. I don't know if you're still watching, but let me know when you're like getting ready to go on, and I'll start trying to corral some folks. What else did I miss? I really need to do a video on this. I think this is the concept that made me start thinking I want to do that segment on our streams, the comics in context, is the not real characters, like it's not the real version. Ghost Rider is only Carter Slade from 1967. Anything after that is not a real Ghost Rider. I had some stuff about MCU Phase 4, some articles that I'd pulled down just because at first I thought we'd go into that more, and I'm fine that we didn't. But like, there's some good articles out there about defenses of Phase 4, and not even there's one that's really was inspired me. That's just basically like, just be okay with it. Like make peace with it. Life is messy sometimes. Art is definitely messy sometimes, and it's the fact that people are so upset about it. Well, part of it is grifters, but also it's like you're so upset because you've gotten such excellence for so long that now it's like, how can they not be as excellent as they were? And like, just be okay with it. It's like life, right? Sometimes life is going good, and then some shit happens, and you're like, it sucks for a while.
I also feel like with the MCU, like it built up, and it did such a good job building up to Infinity War and Endgame, but that was like the end. So now it's got to have to reset, and it's got to build up again. And now people are like, well, wait, I already saw the build up. Now it has to build from Endgame. It's like you can't build from Endgame. It's you got to settle from Endgame and then rebuild. And I feel like they're trying to act like it's the other way around. And of course, they're ignoring COVID too.
They act like that. There's from after Endgame, every movie should have been more box office than the previous one or something. Like that, they're comparing stuff to the highest grosses of the MCU, the peak of the MCU. They're like, oh, it didn't make $1 billion. Well, Captain Marvel did, the one you said was going to flop, but that's neither here nor there. Yeah, exactly.
Like the
Greg,
Avengers movies are all outliers as far as the money makers.
That's when you think about it. I was there every single fucking first opening showing of every Phase 1 movie. I think it was only until the first Ant-Man that I didn't get to see it like in the first week for some reason. But I was there. I saw Iron Man opening night. I saw, excuse me, you know, all those ones up until the Avengers. I saw them, and I remember they weren't box office smashes. They were just, it was impressive that they did pretty well. You know what I mean? Like, I mean, some of them did better than others, sure, but like Captain America and Thor didn't fucking blow the doors off the theater. You know, they just were like, these did better than anybody thought they would do. Right. Yeah.
Yeah, the Incredible Hulk did not do well. I mean, it did fine enough, but yeah, it's.
You know, like, yeah, I guess that's kind of valid that maybe they're projecting onto them, but at the same time, Peter Parker has always been so popular. Part of the reason Spider-Man was so popular is because he's got a distinct personality, but you can still kind of project onto him a little bit, right? Like, and there's a balance that can be hit where this is a very specific characterization, but also there's just enough there that you can, you know, kind of see yourself being that, right? Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
And this is just more like, nope, complete blank slate. You think of this guy whatever you want to.
Yeah, Isom is a deep and complex character.
Yeah. I mean, how long have people been talking about, you know, superhero fatigue? And it's like Marvel has outlasted that.
Yeah,
shit.
I know. Superhero fatigue has been the conversation for a while. And I'm not going to lie, I even sometimes feel superhero fatigue. And then I go to the theater and then I see one that's really fucking good. And then it's gone.
Yep. Yeah, it really is just a movie by movie basis. You know, like this is just a type of movie that exists in the same way that science fiction or horror does now. And maybe they'll be less popular for a while, like horror has done, you know, and then somebody will make some new take on it, like kickstarts it all over again. Who knows? They're not just going to go away forever. People aren't just going to completely lose interest. The mainstream audiences might lose as much interest or something, but yeah, like you said, it's you. Sometimes I get kind of bummed out that I'm not as excited about stuff as I used to be. I'll be honest. You know, I still have interest in seeing a thing, but when that first phase or 2, 3, I was like pretty much just always like, holy shit. You know, I'd get chills watching the trailer and fucking think about it all the night, you know, to talk to everybody about it and shit. And now it's like, oh yeah, I got to watch She-Hulk when that comes out. And then I enjoy it. But I recognize that there's a level of, and maybe that's what some people are feeling that they think is that, I don't know, just came to mind.
Well, here, Lex App, does anybody know when the MCU hit commercial success? It was commercially successful with the first Iron Man. Now, the Incredible Hulk wasn't a huge commercial success, but didn't matter because Iron Man more than made up for it. And that's how these movie studios run. Even if a movie, like, I don't think there's really been any movie in the MCU that's actually, like, lost them money. But even if they did lose a little bit of money, it'd be fine because, fuck, you know, Avengers is going to more than make up for all of it. Plus quite a bit.
Greg Beef, that's a good point. Are you? Oh, you're the guy I was emailing with because you're calling. Well, not the one I've been mentioning that I was emailing with, a different one, who calls him Dinker, right? Yeah, that's got to be you. I was going to show some of his email to you guys in the initiative just because he was praising us. This is not the one that thinks that the forced versions are bad.
Okay,
we can look at that.
I do want to stress, like, a lot of we've gotten a huge fan response from the initiative, and it's more like even during the peak of my channel, I wasn't getting this much of a fan response, and it's kind of maybe a little bit overwhelming, but it's kind of like I'm kind of honored too. It's kind of awesome. Like, I don't reply to all of you guys, but like I love it all.
Yeah. 100%. Like,
people saying I love it. You know, I love what you guys are doing. Thank you for doing this. I love it all. But just thank you. It makes my day when I read it.
Same. It's very motivating. You know, I mean, it's always been, well, not always, but more in the last year has been what motivates me to do this content. Because originally, said before, it was like I want to fucking end these guys. I want to kill their channels. I want people to see, everybody's going to hear me argue with them and tell my arguments, and they're going to go, "Oh my God, how did I believe this guy?" That's not really, the kind of thing that I think is super possible for most people. It has happened here and there, from what I'm told. But what motivates me now is just knowing that I can have even a positive impact on somebody's day outside of, even just if it's not about chuds. Like, if we just make you laugh, that's fucking great. The world is harsh, and things are especially harsh lately. And it just, to be able to have any kind of positive impact and to be able to do that with cool ass people who make me laugh, and I, have a better day from interacting with, it's pretty awesome.
Yeah, no, that's the other thing. Like, also, like, actually interacting with the Fandom initiative with you guys. It's like, it's good for my mental well-being at that point, because doing it by myself, it was taxing, and this is just way more relaxing. And
yep.
Also, the negative comments just don't really mean shit anymore.
Yeah, it's impossible to think that they do. Like, that's why I have this in here. Hold on. Poorly timed drop. Wait. Poorly timed drop. Where is it? Where is it? Oh, I don't have it in here. I'm gonna take the time to get it because it definitely relates. Yeah, the negative comments. It's like, once you see that, you can go to these channels and see what these people say in comments and in their chats, and like the content that they're responding positively to. And that's what's bizarre to me, is that, like, they still think that they're going to get through to me on something, like they're going to judge me for what my values or something. It's like, not so much, man, because your values suck. And yeah, I don't know. Where the hell did that go?
I was going to say Archmage. That's why I kind of like the debates, because, like, you take their arguments and it's like you confront somebody with them, and they crumble so quickly, and there is a value to that. So
100%.
That's why I kind of like debates. But yeah, there always is a calculation when it's somebody smart. But that's why I just try to do an open door thing and see what happens. And sometimes I get fans coming in, and that's fantastic as well. So
yeah, I'm all for debate. I am pretty specific, I guess, about the content creators and like the conditions of that situation. I would urge everybody to be that way, honestly. But like,
yeah,
if we're just trying to just, I don't know, go on and think that we're going to make all their audience go, "Oh my God, I'm unsubscribing," that's not going to happen. If it's not going to bring a whole bunch of people to your channel, except for in a negative sense, probably it might bring a few. So, but it's just it's a calculation you got to do, like you said, risk, reward, all that. Okay, so I finally found it. As soon as it loads, this was what I was expressing.
Your booze mean nothing. I've seen what makes you cheer.
Nice.
Like,
yeah,
I possibly care about you saying you're terrible or whatever. Like when Critical Dinker is the guy that you came to defend.
Well, it's like, if you do a video on Matt Walsh and you have people defending him, it's like, it's Matt Walsh. What the fuck's wrong with you? Like, there is no defense of that guy. I'm sorry.
Well, there is if he supports your ideology, basically. He's telling you what it's a whole thing. That's why it's not really about logic or values or ethics or anything coherent. It's tribalism, pure and simple. And that's why you end up seeing them move the goalposts a lot.
This video contains adult content not suitable for children.
It's so indecent. Well, I mean, you've edited that gym debate so often. I just remember there's that moment where, like, we call them out on that tweet, and they're like, "Oh, that tweet is milquetoast." And then you see Jim just switch the goalpost and be like, "Well, organized chaos. Why didn't you go after that tweet harder for not being more aggressive?" And it's like, the fuck, dude. Seriously?
Yeah. There's no. He didn't. you can tell the only thing that he did that for was because you made him feel bad that you said bad things about a creator he likes that says things that he does like and feels good about. That's really all it is. I wish it wasn't so simple, but it kind of is. And then he gets on so there's no real criteria. It's because then you look at how essentially the debate pretty much ended before they wanted to talk about Star Wars. And they're going at you about like this deceptive editing that's like, I didn't really see the video, but the way it was described doesn't seem like deceptive editing. It seems like they're looking for some reason to say that. And so that's just a made up arbitrary thing. But then even if it was legit, and like I think I said this in the debate, like, okay, let's just say that this was deceptive or something, whatever. Dude, like, and why should we care about any criteria on which you base anything when we just already a few minutes ago, you guys argued for a tweet against a tweet for half an hour or more that you had not even read. And then when you read it, you realized, oh yeah, that was nothing. It's like, dude, you have no standards. You have nothing to. So absurd.
No, it was just going over that debate. I realized more and more. It's like, Jesus Christ, like Jim in particular, just he's there to make me look foolish. That's his whole goal. And yeah, it didn't work out too well, but I mean,
Janice, and that's something I obviously can't personally speak to. I can give you what I understand from women I've talked to, as well as just advice that applies regardless. It's not even, it's probably a lot more with women, yes. But if you start a YouTube channel and you're doing anything except for, I don't know, fucking, like basically you have to accept that you're going to get some shitty comments no matter what almost. Maybe if you're like doing knitting or something, unless like the knitting community's gotten really toxic, I don't know. But if you're talking about movies or opinions on anything or politics or anything really, you're definitely going to get some degree of shitty people, and you have to steel yourself to that. And there's no real way to know until you do it how much it's going to affect you. And it used to affect me. I wouldn't say a lot, but I would get kind of bummed out at first whenever I would get a bunch of them at first. And like, that's when I kind of just had to decide I need to accept that these people that are saying this shitty things to me, they're not actually watching or listening to what I'm saying. They're just here for tribalism purposes. They're just trying to intimidate me. And like, honestly, that's when I switched it up. That's what I was like, if these people are so mad that I'm saying this, I must be saying the right thing, and I still operate on that. It fuels me. If they really wanted me to stop, they would just never comment, never downvote, never fucking chase me across platforms to talk shit or whatever, because all that does is go, all right, I guess I'm doing the right thing here.
Yes, and technically I don't have that many people blocked on Twitter, but I have lots of people muted on Twitter. So there's probably lots of people dogging me on Twitter that I have no idea exist.
Yeah, and there's definitely a lot of people in my comments that I don't see anymore. They're just, they seems like they have stuff to work out. I'm going to let them work their stuff out. You know what I mean? I know my audience generally is if they want to deal with them, they're smart enough to know if they want to or not. And sometimes they do. But yeah. I mean, I've got pretty decent filters on certain things, and I review flagged comments pretty regularly. I did not know that, Jen. Crocheters will dog on knitters. That's the whole fucking toxic.
I'm a man.
Yeah.
Team Crochet or Team Knit? Is he live now?
Okay. Oh.
All
right. Well, you want to drop that link in chat?
So link is in the chat, guys.
Cool. Go see Ed, man. If you're looking for some good content, and you just 4.5 hours wasn't enough for you. Ed's doing
You'll be streaming. Yeah.
And then come back tomorrow for Initiative After Dark, and it'll be a good time. But as for everything else, I hope you all have a lovely night. You want to promote anything, Bob?
Watch Ed stream.
Watch it.
Click on
Watch
that
Ed
link.
stream. 100%. And yeah, all have a good one. Love you. You know, except I don't because that's parasocial. But the generality of I love you as human beings, that's true. Have a good evening. We need to start doing thumbnails like this.
I'm sorry, I'm looking at Brie Larson's boobs. What am I looking at?
You're looking at Brie Larson's boobs. I mean, I am too. I am too. Aren't we terrible people?